All right, I'm back. Welcome to my live stream. I just took a lunch break from my last live stream so that I could get some sustenance, and then I'm going to get back to working on comics. So, just so you guys know, if you're tuning in for the first time, I've been a graphic designer and illustrator for over 20 years. I've been a professional art director for about 8. And when I'm not art directing or doing graphic design and illustration, I'm working on comic books. Comics like Jacob's Apartment, which is my story about the sorts of things that can cause you to question even the strongest of faith. It's a slice of life, coming of age story about two roommates who get hit with some rather large curveballs that kind of throw their identity into question. It's a doomed romance story, and it's out from Graphic Mundi, and you guys should pick it up. I'm very proud of it. 130 something full color pages. And then Two Stories, which is my graphic novel about faith and mental illness, which you can get on Amazon. So Jacob's Apartment, you can get at bookstores everywhere. Go to your local retailer and ask them to order it. And if you want to support this channel, that's a really good way to do it. We had a pretty active chat, and then I had to go to get food. And so we'll see if the chat kind of picks up again. But without further delay, we're just going to get into coloring the rest of this page. So I started coloring this page for Not Death But Love, the historical fiction graphic novel that I'm doing for West Margin Publishing. And now it is time to kind of get back into it and color the rest of this page. So that's what I'm going to be working on. Everything that's magenta here is the stuff that I still have yet to color. And then I have a lot of reference photos. In this case, my reference photos right here, which is going to be helpful. So we ended up pulling, I didn't have pictures from this side of the room. And so I thought it would be better to just kind of make it like the living rooms. I think this is actually in reality the other side of the living room from the Browning's residence at Casa Guidi, but we are going to make it part of the bedroom. So that's the catch here. And we're probably going to keep the red drapes. That's what I'm thinking. So what I'm going to do right now is just kind of get in there and start selecting some colors. Ooh. And we'll get back to it. So it's Sunday. I'm pretty excited to get working on comics. My son is not feeling super well, so that's always fun. I'm being sarcastic by saying that's always fun. Hopefully he feels a little better. I think he was feeling a little sick. So here's hoping Ben feels a little bit better shortly. And we're just going to get into it. These comics will not color or draw themselves. This is a pretty ambitious project. It's supposed to be like 230 pages total, and I'm on page 25. And it's due in April, so it's a tight squeeze to get this done, which means pretty much every waking moment that I have to work on it, I need to be working on it. But I love how it's coming out. Like, I'm really excited about the progress on it. And I am feeling pretty good about like the way that it's coming out thus far, but we'll kind of see. I like the trim here too. I like to see what's happening here because I think this is going to be actually white. There's a lot of white in this room, which is great because like there's a lot of white light. And hopefully this will kind of project like a really nice day, which is kind of nice to get to in the plot because honestly, the characters have been kind of going through the ringer up until now. So it's kind of nice to get to like a light, airy, slightly romantic part of the book. So we have pretty much every area there. So we will have to kind of see what's going on. But it feels like a ton of people are getting sick recently in our orbit, which is always super fun around the era of time we live in, where that sort of thing travels around very quickly. So here's hoping nobody here is. I hope you guys out there are doing okay and are not feeling sick yourselves. Basically, trying to deselect everything that's going to be white on these pages. That's what we're doing right now. But unlike previous pages that I've colored, I'm doing this like panel by panel. And gradually going to, usually when I work on colors, you guys might have noticed, I tend to like actually work on it like holistically, almost like deselecting every color for the entire page. But on this, I'm trying a different approach a little bit because of the quantity of panels and the crowd scene. It's just, I think it'll be more functional to actually just do this a panel at a time. So you're kind of getting in there, selecting everything that should be white on the page, just kind of removing the color fills. Frank said, that was a quick lunch. I know. And Frank, I couldn't access the link. I looked on Adam's channel. It looks like it was privated. So if you can Facebook message me that would be cool, because I'd like to check it out. I like watching your guys' stuff. So I overall, I'm like really happy with how this is coming out as a book, though. I feel like just in general, it's always a good feeling when you're working on a book. I don't know if you guys have had this too, where, there's definitely been times where I've like worked on something or a book or whatever and kind of felt like a little bit of trepidation or questioned a little bit of like how the book is going to come out. Kind of had maybe second guessing or doubts throughout the process. And I think inevitably as an artist, you're going to have like second guessing and doubts like come up. But what's been fun about this whole process of this book is like so far, my experience of it has been very different from a lot of books where I don't have a lot of doubts about it. Like I feel really good about it. Like just in general, I'm like very, very pleased with how it's coming out. And that is not something I'll take advantage of, like I think that's a real, I don't know if it makes sense, but it's like it's almost like a gift, to have like confidence in what you're doing. I don't know. And I don't think it's false confidence. Like I feel really good about the way that just, I don't know, like the style that I've chosen to do this in is fitting the story really well. The pages are taking forever, but they are coming along smoothly. I can imagine if I were making pages where I just kept hitting roadblock after roadblock or something, that could be incredibly frustrating as well. But it's like so far, I am just really digging the process. Okay, and then this bit here is going to be white too. It's like this whole siding is almost white. It's an interesting. John said, "You've returned." Yes, I have. I came back with a bang, with power and force. Now, the goal is to get this comic panel done, and I will be streaming until this comic panel is done, like this page. I'm hoping that was enough of a break to where now I can rock and roll and make some good art. We'll have to see. We'll have to see if I can last. I do feel like a lot of art is endurance. Do you guys find that? Like, I don't know. I think a lot of comic making is just like seeing how much you can endure and then kind of enduring. And in a weird way, finishing a comic feels a bit like finishing like an endurance race or something, where you're like, oh my gosh, I actually stuck it through and finished this thing. I think that's why the hundreds was such a great challenge. You know, like there was the 100 days of making comics. I think that was a great challenge for people because I think it kind of put into perspective that some of the game of making comics is just kind of staying in it and seeing how far you can go with it and how long you can stay in it. But I mean, who knows, you know? Oh, that's interesting. That was a section where now we are rocking through this, seeing what all we can get done. One other thing here. Oh, I need to deselect the white on the character. Now, I'm not sure if I'm going to make the windows white to kind of have that like lighting, or if I'm going to do like a very like light blue or yellow. I don't know what's going to work best. I'm guessing that if it's just white on white, it might be too much white. But I also don't want to fear like white space and stuff. John Coyote said, I get that formatting the zine is tough and it's testing my patience. Yeah. Formatting is a beast sometimes. Like, that can take an incredibly long period of time. Oh, one other section. Okay. Now let's do the hair. It's going to be her hair color. The thing that I'm worried about on this page is those crazy crowd scenes that are coming up. That's going to be interesting to flat. I might end up using the pencil tool quite a bit just to kind of try to overcome a little bit of the challenges of those pages, those panels that are coming up. But I have a feeling like these panels themselves probably aren't going to take an incredibly long amount of time. I also kind of feel like maybe the light should be white. We'll figure that out as we get to it. So now I kind of want to do, so she's done. I actually think white is going to work really well for these window frames. At first I was like not sure, but I think actually that's going to give a real nice sense of light, especially when it comes to the rendering that I'll do on top of it. So I'll probably do just a slight bit of detail of just white rendering too. And I think this is going to really sing when it's done. But I could be 110% wrong on that as well. We'll see. Cool. One more window. John said it wouldn't be so bad if there weren't so many pages, but I'm going to get it done. Yeah, I feel that too. I think if this was a 20-page comic I was working on, I'd feel pretty good about it because I'd be like almost done. It's because it's 230 pages that this can be a bit of a drag, because it also means like I just have to hustle pretty hardcore to get this thing done. So John, just out of curiosity, what was the what is the zine you're working on? I think you talked a bit about it, but refresh my memory on what the zine is. So I've been sipping on a microbrew from the local brewery out here while I work. It's a pretty tasty one. It's called Allegiance IPA. It's from the local Bravery Brewing. So right now I'm doing the picture frame here. And we're making comics. John said it's a horoscope based on the name given to each full moon. That's right. Okay, you got into this. Yeah, that sounds really cool. Yeah, you talked about that the last time we were talking about it. I'll read that comment though, just so people listening here can check it out. Let's see here. Yeah, John said it's a horoscope based on the name given to each full moon. See, January is a wolf moon, February is a snow moon, etc. That's awesome. Are there illustrations with it too to kind of show the different phases of the moon? Hey, we're getting there, guys. Okay, so I want to do the. Let's get the walls in there. Let's not do the walls just yet. Let's do one more. Okay, here is the sort of interesting like pink walls that we need. We're almost there. John said, yes, each moon has an illustration with the corresponding symbols I picked to go with them and a little text blurb. That sounds awesome. I love drawing the moon. It's just a really, the way that light reflects off of the moon is incredibly fun to illustrate. People can probably pick that up from my work, that like I tend to like having the moon. Even Jacob's apartment has like a big moon on the cover. And it really is a stunning thing, the moon. That's one advantage. Like I was talking about some of the kind of bad things that the Antelope Valley is known for. And then some of the movies that like my hometown is known for. But like the one thing that I will say that, well, I mean, there's a lot of things that are great about living up here. But one of my favorite things is we get these really clear night skies and there's like very little light pollution. And so like for you, John, probably not that stunning because you're in like Canada, like in the, you know, in a very natural kind of area. And so I'm sure like you probably get like, I bet the skies you see are probably like a million times clearer than what we see here. But for me, for California, it's pretty excellent. Like it's nice to have like, you know, those nights where like sometimes the night sky is so clear you can see like the swirls of our galaxy, like the swirls of the Milky Way, which is a pretty cool experience. So then we have almost there on the deselecting all the pink, which is pretty exciting. Okay. Is there another section? Nope. I think we got all the pink. Okay, cool. So now we need to have our drapes, which I'm going to have kind of the same color as the carpet. Please make no inappropriate jokes about carpets and drapes. And then we've got now that to, ooh, wait a minute. We weren't done. Just have to deselect this. Now save, and then we'll do red for the drapes. John was saying, what is your birth month? I can tell which moon you are. Well, I am a Gemini, so. That might give you a hint as to what moon I would be. We have got this starting to work out. I think I might need to pull in some of that pink again for that little section. Oh. And right now we're just getting rid of the red now on these drapes. I have to say, I've been going pretty hard on the comics for the last few weeks. And today is one of those days where I am trying to kind of retain, like momentum and drive and stuff on the books. But I am definitely feeling pretty wiped too. So I'm going to see how long I can go on this stream till I just, basically I'm going to have to call it again. But I would guess like I think I'll be able to finish this page. I think that's my goal. If I have to finish before I finish this page, I'll feel pretty disappointed. And I kind of think that's like, again, like kind of like we were talking about with zines or comics or like big art projects where it's like you kind of need these like ambitious goals. And even if you're like not quite feeling it, I think just the ability to kind of go, you know what, even though I'm not quite feeling it, I'm going to see this thing through, finish it out. I think that can be really cool. And it's kind of the name of the game with like getting this stuff done. Okay, so let's add some of this. I think that might have been a mistake here to make this white because I think that's actually going to be part of the now this little section, that may not have been a mistake. So I'm just trying to make sure I'm getting in there with the right stuff. Okay, now I want to do, I think these are kind of like black almost, these curtains, the curtain rods. So I'm going to try to kind of make them like more of like a bluish. I think that actually works. I want to go back to my pink here just for that corner that I'd missed. I think I want to go back to that silver or the gold. Did I say silver? So I would either be a flower moon or a strawberry moon. That sounds awesome. I will take it. If it's May, what would that be? So we're getting into now the browns. I kind of think I might want to borrow this brown from before. Oh. I like that quite a bit. Okay. I like this for the desk color. It's a slightly different brown. And I think that like for the mirror color, we can kind of get into some of the other colors in a second. So we've got like our desk here, and honestly, like I'm digging the kind of strange Victorian colors. Like it's sort of a weird thing, but it's like houses at the time had like kind of an aesthetic to them, but it was a little tacky. It was still a little bit cool. It was sort of very over the top, you know, kind of gaudy. Okay, now I want to do. I think I want to go back to. Okay, so one of these is going to be white. It's going to be this. One of these is going to be kind of returning to the. John said the colors are really fun and interesting. Yeah, it's just an interesting era, you know, where it's just like these like even pink walls. Like I just wouldn't think to have like a bedroom that was pink and then like the mint green that everything else in the house is. It's like it's kind of cool. It almost feels like a I'm gonna like Sophia Coppola kind of vibe. All right, so we're gonna do the chair, but I just want the frame of the chair. I know that in the picture the chair had some white elements on it, but I want to kind of get rid of those because I didn't really particularly think those would work. But I am going to have the chair itself, I think, match the drapes. I think. We'll see. But that's kind of what I think is going to work best when it comes to this. Yeah, let's see. And there's one other spot that I'd like to have be that red. And now we're going to do just a quick deselect of this. I think there was a mirror up here. Yes, there was. Okay. Still that mirror color. There's one last bit here, which is going to be floor. And I'm just going to get in there and deselect all the areas that are red on the floor. Now I want to see the color of that piano. Piano color. And we're going to do the carpet color. So actually, I want to go back to this. Okay. Okay. Now we're going to go back here to here. Oh, to here. Let's try it. Turning off continuous. Here, 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 and here. And I think that'll. Oh my gosh, you guys, we're getting there. Whew. I think we're going to get there. I think we are definitely going to get there. So the top half of the page is getting closer and closer to finished. And we're going to kind of see how far we can get outside of that. I think for this, thank you, John. I appreciate the encouragement. John was saying, hey, you got this. I appreciate that. Sometimes you actually need to hear that. I think that as corny as it is, could not do the hue saturation because the selected area is empty. Okay, let's try this again. As corny as it is, I do think encouragement, just to, like, there are some days where I think people just need to hear like a positive note or two about being able to do something, you know? We get enough enough people telling us what we can't do, right? It's kind of nice to have people who will actually tell you you got it. So I appreciate that. We're going to do just for this, it's going to be like a 25. Then we're going to do for these, there's going to be a little bit of color holds and stuff that we end up doing. But overall, I think we're getting there. I want this blue to be substantially lighter. There we go. Okay, I'm going to put on the trailer for 2 stories, and then I will be right back. All right, and we're back. Oh, I was on the wrong layer there, guys. Okay, now we're going to go back to our white. And we're going to just deselect the areas that are going to be white on here. Okay, pretty exciting stuff. So I intentionally, with this comic, like in previous comics, I've used like a ruler for the straight edges. And the one thing I wanted to establish in this book for part of the aesthetic was to not use a ruler, so the lines get a little wobbly, and I kind of like that. I tend to adapt my style based on the book that I'm working on. I have styles that I like to work within, and I feel like whatever style I'm doing is going to kind of translate through it. But I like, as an artist, being able to kind of switch styles and stuff. I don't know, John, if you find yourself doing that as well. I definitely catch myself changing styles quite a lot with my art, depending on the thing that I'm executing. Like, there's specific styles that I like to work within, and I'm definitely going to gear, especially personal projects, like toward the styles that I prefer working in. But it is kind of interesting to me, the sort of way that like some artists get stuck in like one specific style for like comics. And I get it. I guess that can be like lucrative or whatever, but because like you get known for a specific style. And there's definitely artists I like that work in like a very, very set style. But I like the flexibility to shift it around and sort of like work in whatever kind of that, almost like the art is going to kind of speak to you and tell you what style it needs to be in for like the story that you're trying to tell. I'm a firm believer in that. I think this panel will go relatively quickly because we've made a lot of these selections already. It's those beast panels coming up, those giant crowd scenes. Those will be the ones that seem like they're going to go quickly, and they will take an eternal time to execute. This one's going to go all the way up to here. And then we're going to kind of do, yeah, John was saying, yeah, I do. I like to keep things flexible. Is that the right word? I even like mixing two styles in on one piece. Yeah, I agree. I think it's a lot. It keeps art sort of fun. And I especially feel like with sequential work, you know, where you're telling stories, it just makes sense to have like a broad vocabulary, like a wide visual vocabulary. So hopefully you're like, you know, using the full capacity of visual language. Okay. So I have some colors selected. We're almost there. Getting closer. I think that I want to do a few things with this. So one is we're going to get her hair. And I just realized we never finished that painting. That's going to be a problem. So I will correct that right after we get this hair color. Hair color selected. I go ahead and turn continuous. And we'll turn continuous off again. Let's put back up that reference. Let's get deeply into this. So I'm going to color this painting. John said, I made a little post-it note booklet to help me format the zine. Now I can visually see where I should put things. Yeah, I think that it's really helpful to make like a book dummy when you're working on books. It definitely helps because it's like, especially layout, like can get really confusing, you know, when you're first laying out a book. Can help to kind of break it down and just kind of look at it, see what it is. See if we can get a little bit of skin tone going here. There's our skin tone. What else? Red. Let's see what else. White. Let's see. I think we're kind of close to done with this little painting on the wall. Hey, look at that. We did it. Okay, so now I'm going to save that, and then we're going to do Elizabeth's skin tone again. Showing her mouth too. Yep. What is going on with that? I don't like that. Did something weird happen with the selection on this? Very strange. I don't like what's happening with the cloud. So we're going to redo. And there was some kind of weird artifacting or something that happened with that cloud that I would like to correct. So I'm going to go ahead and correct that. Not sure why it would be doing that, but that's awfully strange. Okay, now we're going to do our skin tone again. And I will probably color hold those window panes because it would just be a good call to color hold the window panes. We're going to finish this panel, you guys. Okay, I want to see what that rooftop's going to look like. See if I can find a rooftop here. There we go. Oh. This is going to be like a brick sort of color. one rooftop, and then we just need to find that. There we go. And this is going to have kind of a let's try this again. Check out this referenced area. There we go. John said, art within art. I believe in you. Thanks again. Man, just really appreciate the encouragement. It's a lot of fun. Makes a big difference. It really does. I mean, you want to think about how often in life do we all face up against negativity, naysayers, or like adversity? And it's like, I know it's like, it's so much easier, I think, for people to kind of crap on something than it is to like kind of support things in general. And it's cool. It does go a long way. It really does. I am a firm believer in that idea. Tiny bit of positivity can make or break somebody's spirit, you know, and I think that's a thing worth considering. I think sometimes, like, especially on the internet, and I'll fall prey to this too, you know, sometimes I'll go on like an angry rant about something or get really annoyed with something, you know. Honestly, like it's hard to not get annoyed at things when you're on the interwebs. But I do think like just a little bit of positivity, and not like, you know, generic positivity, but just like support and positivity goes a very long way. So that's what I think, you know. Not sure about. Okay, that would be deselected. Okay. And there's this spot that would also be deselected. And I think we're almost in the territory of like finishing some pages here. All right. Let's just do that red, and that should do it for this panel. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. We're getting there. All right. Five panels done. A few more to go. This panel is going to be absolute madness. But let's start it. I'll start just by getting her face done. I think I might then color the buildings and then handle the crowds. That's what I'm thinking for the approach and how to handle this madness. First, we're gonna do we have her lips showing in there? Yes, we do. Okay. Then we're gonna do eyes. John said it's better to encourage and support each other, which I try to do. That's awesome. I think that's a good it's a good approach, John. I definitely can fall prey to some negativity, you know, here and there, and like and I also don't believe in the idea of like false positivity. I don't know if that makes sense, but like I've definitely met people who are like trying to put a positive spin on situations where it's like there probably should just be somebody saying, "Hey, that sucks," you know, or something like that. It's like you don't have to paint everything like it's positive. However, I do think there's something to be said for trying to kind of bring some positivity to the world, because it's like it's amazing how quickly, you know, I know like when I was younger, when I was pretty young, I used to work some pretty odd jobs here and there that were pretty rough jobs. A lot of them were like customer service jobs and stuff when I was first working on, you know, getting my college degree and stuff. And it's like um there was what's amazing is like when you work customer service or something, which thank God I don't have to do anymore. But it's like I remember if you were working like a cash register and like somebody came up to you and they were kind of a jerk, it would just like it was amazing how quickly and easily somebody can just ruin somebody's day. Whereas also it's amazing how just smiling at somebody and saying like, "Hey, how are you doing?" like and treating them like a human being, that can go like a really long way. Um, even, you know, just going to like buy something at a store, you know. I still remember that pretty vividly. Like, you know, there were customers and people who would like either ruin or improve a day just by their own behavior. And so like I try to keep that in mind. Not going to be always perfect at it, but it's something I try to keep in mind. All right, we are almost through her face, so we've got that taken care of. And I didn't finish this character here. Let's see. Oh. I'd like to get that character too. This is going to be like trying to color a Where's Waldo page. This part coming up. Look at this character here. John said, yeah, sometimes you just got to admit something isn't amazing. Still, it can be better to find ways to encourage people towards their goals unless their goal is something horrible. I agree. And also just remembering the power that human beings have. Like, it's like, I think sometimes we almost take away agency from ourselves over like situations or like moods and stuff like that. And I think like it really is good to kind of take ownership of like what we do have control over, because we actually do have like quite a bit of power, and it can be used for good or for ill, you know. I'd rather be used for good, you know. Okay, this is a good point to possibly take a break for about 2 seconds and put on the Two Stories trailer again, and then we'll come back. I actually think we're going to finish this page. I am encouraged by John's encouragement, so I'm going to power through this. But we're going to put on the trailer for Jacob's apartment, and then we're going to do this crowd scene, and it's going to be awesome. So here is the trailer for my book, Jacob's Apartment, and then we're going to rock and roll. Speak clearly, it seems that only in dreams can we be these things we've seen and walk around breathing I don't know the part to play in this heart of mine. There's dissonant things, they split at the seams. All right, we are going to flat through these. I don't think this is going to be impossible. It's hard with crowd scenes, though. It really is. I think colorists, when they get to pages like this, are just like, oh, no. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually just take it one little section at a time, and we're going to get through it. It's like anything. Like a graphic novel seems impossible. And then you take it on, and it's like, if you just do like one little section at a time, it becomes possible. The possible reveals itself. I think I'm going to have her wearing kind of an... Why not? She's going to have a green dress. All right. We have those characters. Woohoo, we're getting there, guys. Work our way down the rooftops. So this one I want to have as the same color as this, but maybe darker. Like it. Okay. And then this will do kind of this brown, just with a little bit more saturation. And then it's going to be a little bit darker on the other side. John's suggestion to take a stretch too is not a bad one. Like when you're working on art for really long periods of time, like taking frequent like, breaks, I try to take mine at like the hour mark. But if I'm feeling like aches come in or anything like that, I like try to step up for a second at least to just kind of stretch and make sure that I'm good. Because like this kind of thing, like comics can take a ton of they can give you a lot of stress, working and bending down and like kind of especially at a computer. So like taking a long stretch of break, not a bad call. How's it going, Adam? How are you doing? I hope all is going well. I'm kind of in the zone, like trying to color and making progress, but I'm coloring a crowd scene, so it's kind of a challenge of like whether this can get done or not without me getting completely exhausted, because I am kind of riding the line a little bit. But I think it can get accomplished, so I'm sort of in this cityscape. This page took like twice as long as I thought it would too because of that. Adam said, no longer feeling sick, got some good sleep. That's awesome. Glad to hear it, Adam. Actually kind of don't even mind that being all flat. I think that reads pretty well. So we're just kind of working our way down the rooftops and into the streets. So I'm sort of finishing up the rooftops first, and then we're going to get into this crazy crowd. And the neat thing is this is based on an actual view that you would have from Casa Gaidi, from the second story. But it's going to be equivalent to like kind of coloring like a Where's Waldo page or something. It's kind of the best explanation I could give. I'm just hoping I can get through this page before I need to like go crash, because I've definitely been riding the line. But I have to say, like, John's been super encouraging, kind of cheering me on, which I really appreciate. Because yeah, it's definitely going to be a willpower fight to get this page finished. I was saying to John, Adam, that like I feel like a lot of art is like sort of a fight of the will, where you're kind of like it's just willpower the whole time, because like it's just I don't know, it's interesting. It's like something like this where it's a crazy crowd scene where it's like I don't think there's ever going to be a day where I'm like I just want to color a crowd scene. That's just, that day is never going to come. It is, I mean, it's kind of fun and meditative to do, but it's like, yeah, it's kind of like anything, you know. I feel like it's like a willpower fight. That might just be me though, because like I talked about this on Gary's show the other day too, but it's like I feel like a lot of art for me, like the process is kind of fun and I somewhat enjoy it, but I really tend to be very results oriented with my art. And so it's like I feel like my joy in art tends to come from like the result. Like like when I finish this panel, I'm going to feel really good about this crowd scene. But it's going to be a beast the whole way through. It's just going to be a fight to make it happen. I'm going to make these interior windows like a blue. That's what I'm thinking. I go like more of a blue territory. Okay. So we're just selecting a bunch of windows. Adam said, yeah, you have some degree of focus, energy, and willpower to keep going. Yeah. And he said, it's not just an automatic magic power that lasts forever. We're still caught up in some kind of physical body mechanism that needs to be energized and functioning. Yeah, it's a little frustrating. I mentioned that too on Gary's show, where he was asking like, what's the biggest struggle with I think that's supposed to be a oh, hang on. Yeah, what he was like asking what's the biggest struggle that you face like when making comic pages? And that was one of my answers was just your own limitations. Like it can be very frustrating when you're doing art and you run up against your own limitations like physical exhaustion or you know even like sometimes like lunch breaks stuff like that is like really annoying. Like the art part is less frustrating than it used to be. And that was I mean still is, but that was way more of a frustration when I was younger. But as I've gotten older, it's like the art is like the fun part, but the like body limitations and stuff like that, those are the kind of the part that's not so fun about, you know, creativity. Because it's like you want to be just invincible, you know, you kind of want to be like the invincible artist who can just knock out like endless projects. But unfortunately, we're all dealing with our own like kind of limitations. But the funny thing is, I also don't like working on something like this with like a team. So, like for my own stuff, like for work stuff, that's fine. But for like my own stuff, I wouldn't want to get like a whole team of people on this, which would actually probably alleviate a lot of the stress and stuff on it. But it's like there's a part of me that like really wants to see my own vision come to life on this, but then there's a cost, you know, and it's always like dealing with that cost. That's kind of the tough give and take of art, you know. I want this to be much darker, you know. And then I think we're gonna get into okay. So let's do this. This is going to be the shutters. But just the shutters. John said the Post-it notebook has absolutely helped format this zine, so that's a plus. Well, that's awesome. I'm curious, like, so I think you might have mentioned it before, John, but like, how long is the zine going to be? How many pages? And then how are you planning on printing it, out of curiosity? I really like zines. I think there's something very cool about the zine in general. I mean, I know it's not like the most profound thing to say that I like zines, but it's like, I think there is something really cool about the fact that you don't have to kind of wait for somebody to like put it out. Like you can just kind of put it out yourself. It's very DIY and like very kind of punk rock, like the whole ethos of zines and zine culture. And I also think it's very empowering for artists to be making zines, because it's like, it really is like I was saying about willpower, like it's kind of that type of thing with zines where it's like, you know, it really is just about like the willpower to do it. And if you've got the will to do it, like there is a way to get it out there. And that's pretty cool. I mean, that's a very rad thing about zines is all I'm saying. I like this. I'm not sure about those. We'll have to kind of find out about those doorways. There's so many like little tiny people on this page. Little tiny people all over the page. I'm pretty sure the doorway is definitely going to have white, but I'm not sure if the doors are going to be colored white. So that's the one thing I want to check. Same here. Like this is definitely going to be white. I think her sign will be white, but okay. I'm glad I checked, because I think the doorways need to be sort of deeper. However, I also think this will be white. There we go. Oh, nice. John was saying 16 pages, including the cover. And I'll be printing. That makes sense because it's in signatures of 4. Printing it at home. The only thing I didn't do was edit my own writing. I paid for somebody else to edit that. Yeah, having a good editor is like very worthwhile. That's like one of the tricks that I, you know, have picked up. In like writing and creating comics, it's like a lot of people just avoid the editing process, and it's like, But if you're writing like a position paper or like a thesis or something like that, like if you're writing anything worth its salt, it's going to be edited, you know? Um, and for a long time with comics, I don't know if I really took that all that seriously. But the second I did and started having people edit it, it's like my writing became like a million times better because, of course, like, right? That's kind of what you do when you write anything else. Like, um, yeah. So now it's like I really appreciate, like, if you have a good editor, it's a huge thing, and it's definitely worth, I think, paying somebody to do, um, or just have trusted friends and colleagues that you know aren't gonna like just blow smoke when they tell you feedback. Um, that's like invaluable, you know. So that's cool that you are hip to that. Um, wow. This panel is going to be the eternal panel. The eternal panel. The eternal panel. Okay, here we go. We're going to have this giant phallic object. Some of these like characters are so out of proportion, but like the fun thing about a crowd scene is like you can kind of get away with being a little cartoonier with figures. And in fact, I feel like if you're too detailed with them, it can kind of feel like almost like it's not like it almost creates that, like it's almost like those moments in like it kind of gets into the uncanny valley. Whereas if you sort of simplify and cartoon characters from a distance, it can look pretty cool. Okay. I kind of want to get into the buildings now. But there's one thing. Getting there though, guys. Yeah. Adam was saying it's fun making random characters up for a crowd scene. For sure. It's like a little tough when it's like with this, I had to kind of look at some pictures of crowds from that era. Just for like costumes and stuff. But what's fun is like they're so tiny that the costumes don't have to be like perfect, you know. It's like it's just kind of having fun with it, which I think is pretty exciting. Okay. Whew. Just taking this one building at a time. Just going to kind of decrease the amount of coloring to do just a little bit at a time. And eventually we'll be done with this, you know. There's a couple Italian flags in here too that I need to look at reference just to make sure I get it correct. I don't want to accidentally have like the wrong color of Italian flag. Corey said, or ask, have the girls in a top hat and monocle and have the boys in a hoop skirt. I like it. That's doable. Why not? Corey Kerr has a really cool thing set up on Instagram. It's also on his website, but it's like a pretty amazing comic that kind of makes fun of Ancaps. Well, I don't think he would say it's making fun of Ancaps, but I like it because it breaks down one of my core arguments that I always make against Ancaps. And not just Ancaps, but like, like anarcho communists too, right? Like it's, I don't know. It's the poison the well argument. And, but it's like such a good comic. It's really well done. And I really like it. And not like poison the well, like poisoning the well in like logic trees or whatever. It's the good old like when people are for like complete deregulation of everything and kind of like complete freedom and chaos and stuff. You always have to walk them down like the logic tree of like, so what about roads? It's almost like a meme now where it's like you have to kind of talk about like, well, who takes care of the sewage? Well, what happens when somebody poisons like the local well, and then like how are they held to account? Because like while you can have complete freedom, you still have responsibility to society around you, that kind of thing, right? But rather like the thing I like about Corey's comic is it kind of boils it down into a very fun, digestible thing. And so it's like now if I ever have to have that conversation again, which hopefully I don't, because usually they just end up really circular and not really productive or going anywhere. It's like I can just link them to Corey Kerr's brilliant comic book. And Corey, I hope I didn't describe that poorly and like, or spoil it or anything, but I am really excited about that series. I think it's going to be fun. And I just think it's a really smart idea. And I'm excited about it. So, and honestly, when I read the comic, I was like, oh my gosh, this is awesome because I literally have had to have that conversation with like a million people. And I don't know, to me, it'll be like a nice break from having to have that conversation. Because nobody likes having that conversation. It's like you have it, and then it's like you have to have it again and again, and it's like it gets kind of old after a while, honestly. You know. So anyhow, Corey said, "Did you see the well coming before? A little, possibly. I mean, I kind of did just because. Well, no, I did. I guess I didn't, unless there was a But if I saw like a well at all, I knew what was going to happen with the well. But yeah, I didn't. I think it was kind of nice. I'm kind of surprised by like how many times like I've had that conversation with people who've like literally never heard that premise before. And it's like a very basic logic tree. It's not like a crazy one, you know. It's just like a okay, let's think through this a little bit. Let's think what would that end up like? Okay, and then what happens then, you know? But it's weird how you have to have those over and over again with people. I'm sure we've all had those, but I feel like Corey, if your comic can spare me some of those conversations in like and honestly, Corey, I've talked about this on my channel before, but it's like I think Corey has a real gift for like articulating complex ideas in ways that are very digestible. And so I think like it's going to be a really cool comic series. So anyhow, unlimited freedom from conquests works really well until there's more than one person involved. Exactly. So anyhow, that's where I'm at. And I know there's like other viewpoints and stuff, but read Corey's comic. It's good. It's very good. And what's great about it is you don't end up having to get into like a long back and forth about it. You can just kind of present the ideas. And I like that idea too, because honestly, my patience for that is just so thin lately. I don't know why. I think it was like the fifth Ancap that I had to talk to where it was just like really, and then I had to get into like counterfeiting again. And it's like the problem of counterfeiting if you don't have like a currency that works across state lines. And there's just like a million of those conversations that I'm just sick of. Like, I don't want to get into them. Like, they're just boring. Like, and I've never heard a good argument that counters them. The best I've heard is like people saying like, well, you know, we could have it better. And it's like, okay, well, how? Like, and then it'll usually just devolve into having to rebuild the exact same society all over again. It's very strange. I'm not criticizing it either. Like, if that's your philosophy and stuff, cool. But like, I'm excited. Anyhow, Corey, I'm just saying I'm excited about your comic because it's going to spare me having to even get into it. I can just say, look at this comic. And then hopefully, I don't know. But let's see here. And it's not that I don't like engaging back and forth. It's just like there's just a point, I don't know, for me at least, where I don't find it very like massively productive, you know? Let's see here. John was saying, don't drive, ride horses. I like that. But anyhow, like the thing I like about it is it's not even saying, because like Court, like I'm a complete leftist, I think, compared to Corey. And but it's like it, and you know, Corey's not like super right, but he's not, I don't know. I like that about Corey. He's nuanced. But my point is I just I don't know. I like the comic and it makes you think. And it's like, you know, I think that's something worth thinking about, you know? And like, even if you come to different conclusions, I think it's something worth thinking about. So anyhow, we're getting there. We are getting there. So right now I am working on these flats and just doing it a little bit at a time. And we're getting there, guys. We are getting there and finishing up this page. Just trying to get this wall done, you know? But anyhow, Corey, I appreciate the comic, and I think it's going to be fun because I think that I am guessing that Corey's probably going to do some stuff in the comic that maybe I would disagree with. You know, like I don't think it's just going to be like yes ending everything that I believe. Although Corey and I do tend to agree on quite a lot. But I'm sure there's going to be takes that I disagree with. I just think it's fun to have a political comic in that format because I don't think it's like it doesn't seem like on the nose, like over the top political, but it just like I don't know. I just really dug the way that you were presenting it, Corey, where it's kind of like just here's an argument to consider. And it's not like saying here's, you know, what you should think. It's just saying, okay, here's an argument to consider. And I like that. I like that a lot. And I think it's important because I feel like people need to like be able to kind of just ask like basic questions, you know? Anyhow, I think it's going to be fun. So, nice. One for Raven mail notifications, the right to own Hell Beasts, and a few others. Ooh, Hell Beasts would be good. Oh man, I think I'm gonna really dig this. All right, guys. Again, been at this for a while. I need to stretch, but look at this gradually get there. We're coloring a crowd scene. It's gonna happen. Okay. Here is the trailer for 2 stories, and then we will get back to rocking this business. All right. John said, "You've got this, Josh." I appreciate it. It's actually very awesome. There's one other section I missed. I missed 2 little windows. We're going to get back to those windows real quick. And here we go. But yeah, I'm excited. I also just think like stylistically what you're doing is pretty cool, Corey, on there. John said the zine format is set up. Just got to edit some text now. I'm excited to see the Raven mail notifications. And I have to say the Hell Beasts thing sounds pretty amazing too. Okay, let's get these buildings taken care of. Think they can. Yeah, and I gotta say, like, if I'm feeling kind of tired or whatever when I'm working, Corey and I used to do a show called 48 Hour Art Check, which you guys are probably pretty familiar with if you've been following my channel. But if not, we used to do this like art check challenge where we'd kind of keep each other accountable. Every 48 hours, we had to kind of check in with each other, kind of answer a few questions like, what did we do? What were we planning on doing? And then I think that was kind of it. It was like, what did you get done? What do you plan on doing next time? And did you succeed kind of thing? Um, and it was super helpful. But like one of the reasons that, I did that with Corey is like, he just has a really good output and is a really inspiring artist. Um, and I mean, case in point, like this comic, it's like, Corey's just like literally had like pneumonia and been dealing with all this like crazy chaos, and he's still plugging away and making art. And I really just have always found um, Corey super inspiring. Just like his dedication and drive to kind of make art, and also like just kind of trying to make cool things and then kind of letting the chips fall where they will. And I relate to Corey a lot on that, but also admire him on it. And it gives me strength because, like, even if I'm like struggling to get this, I personally don't like flat coloring crowd scenes. Um, and yet, like, I know I can get through this crowd scene. Like, hey, if somebody with pneumonia can rock like a really badass comic, I think I can handle being a little tired and getting this done, not to use, someone's trauma as like inspiration, but Corey is inspiring, in the way that he dedicates himself to his art, and also just happens to make really cool projects that kind of match my own aesthetics. I feel like Scott and Corey are definitely good people to have like around. Like they're good friends, and aside from that, like it is so cool to have good friends that are also really inspiring and always plugging away and working at art. Like that makes a huge difference too. So I encourage people, like, if you're out there and you struggle with your output, like make art friends. Like have some art friends that like inspire you, because it's like it really is a good motivation. Yeah, Corey was saying use it. What else is trauma good for? I totally agree. It's like we're artists, so we oughta use this stuff as fuel, um, as much as that's terrible. Congrats, John, on setting up the zine format, though. That's really cool. I think Benji woke up from his nap. He wasn't feeling so hot. It's such a weird era in time where anybody in the house like feels sick, and we have to do like COVID tests and stuff. Like, luckily everybody's clear, but it's just it's a weird era in time. It's weird to think back to like a day and age where people would just kind of get sick and you just kind of, you know, have like somewhat of a normal experience with it. But now it's like anytime somebody gets sick, you have to be like really concerned that they've got like this thing. Um, I kind of feel like that's perfect timing too, Corey. I didn't even think about that, but the fact that we're actually in a pandemic, like, still makes like it makes the whole theme of doing the it makes the whole theme of doing that work really well. Like the theme of like the era and time you're doing yours in, because you could totally do a lot of like Black Plague ones too. Like, I don't know, it could be really interesting. Not that you're gonna do that, but I'm just saying that could work, you know. Okay. I just think like the timing and the era and time we live in, it could be really relevant, which I'm sure you probably thought too.
Mom, what day is it? Mom, what day is it? You're welcome. Good luck. Mom, what day is it? Today is...
So I need to look at the reference of, I have like a little audience reference. It's not this one. It's this one. I thought this had flags in it. Darn it. Okay. Never mind. I just have to Google it real quick.
Hey, Josh.
Okay, it's green, white, red. Okay.
I don't think Josh has headphones in. I should say a bunch of stuff that he can't hear right now. You guys want to take bets on how long it takes him to figure out that I'm here?
Oh, I can't hear Corey. I have to put on my headphones. Corey, how long have you been on?
Just like 30 seconds.
Okay. I was just I wasn't looking at the screen and I have my headphones off. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's Corey. Okay. How's it going, bud?
Good.
I really love the comic is what I was getting at. So
yeah, thank you. It's
also
fun.
The characters are great.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if I want to be what I want to do with them. Like if I want them to be consistent or if I just want to be able to just use them as kind of interchangeable whatevers. Does that make sense? I'm trying to decide whether like, you know, like this queen that I'm drawing right now, like does she always represent what she represents in this comic, or is she just whenever I want to use somebody that represents power, is she just that?
I get what you're saying. So like, are they going to have like personality types, or maybe like each one represents like a different philosophy or something? Or
right.
Is it like they're just kind of stand-in characters that are like a cast that kind of fill whatever role?
Yeah.
That is hard.
Because I kind of don't want to. I'm doing this on the side, and I don't really want to like keep track of all of that. So I don't want to be like, all right, what job does she have? What company does she own?
I feel like you could kind of wing it at first and let it kind of build itself. Like if a character lends itself to kind of have a specific personality type, it can kind of develop as they post, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, that's one thing I think.
Yeah, I think so. I was thinking of that. And I mean, these are all problems that really only come into play if it's like wildly successful, because I doubt anyone's really going to be, you know, comparing and contrasting one strip to the next.
Yeah, until it like takes off, and then they'll micromanage it and be like, what were you thinking? And you're like,
yeah,
I could see that.
She has contradictory opinions on things.
I'm fascinated with how it's gonna work because the three you've already mentioned, I'm pretty sure knowing you, I know exactly where you'll go with it.
Oh yeah,
And I love it.
I think the Raven Mail one you'll be like, oh yeah, but I don't know if you'll know where I was going with it because I've got a couple of those that I think will be. Anyway, I've got a few different analogs for social media.
Nice.
And one of them is going to be that people get their notifications delivered via Raven.
Got it. So it's kind of almost like the Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
But you're going to use that as like a stand-in for a criticism of social media. I love it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm not inventing anything new. I'm borrowing heavily from existing kind of iconography and themes.
No, but I think it's a funny idea because I think by placing it in a different era and time too, it can kind of depersonalize it, hopefully, for people.
Yeah, kind of the
They
Rod
can just
Serling
think about
thing.
the concepts and, even if they disagree with it, just be like, well, it was still funny, like,
Right. Yeah.
I don't know.
That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping it's kind of the Rod Serling thing where he said stuff at the beginning of his career and everybody got really offended. And then he said the exact same things, but said it with aliens and monsters. And everybody was like, this is great.
Well, I was just talking about that earlier on, I think, the stream before where I was mentioning like movies like Fight Club or like Clockwork Orange, where they're like brilliant movies with like a really clear message. The problem is they're hard movies to say you like because half the people who say they like it like took exactly the opposite message from what the author was trying to say.
Right. Like everybody who started a Fight Club instead of realized that it was about toxic masculinity.
Yeah, exactly. And like, I don't know, it's just an interesting thing to kind of figure out,
Yeah.
Or like the amount of people who like quote like Brave New World or or like 1984.
Right.
And like have no clue like how weird it is that they're quoting it,
Yeah.
I don't know.
What?
I think the amount of people who are behaving in Orwellian fashion who say this is Orwellian.
Right.
I don't know. That kind of stuff. But anyhow, I love the fact that, I don't know, it sounds like you have a format to kind of voice that stuff, but in like a less like derogatory way. Where hopefully
the Comics Lab guys, Brad Geiger and Dave Kellett.
I still haven't checked it out. I need to. I really do. I should check it out. I think Scott and you have both recommended it various times.
Yeah, Scott and Guminelli recommended it to me, and it's great. Guminelli actually had them answer one of her questions on their show recently.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. She just released the comic she's been working on for a while.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. I haven't read it yet, but I've been looking forward to it for like a year.
Like online or printed or?
No, it's on Webtoons, I think.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
You should send me the link to it. I'd like to check it out too.
Yeah, I will. But Dave Kellett, he's the guy that does Sheldon.
Mm-hmm.
And the way he described Sheldon, I was like, oh, that's what I want. Is he just described it as, he's got another comic called Drive, and that's kind of his long form. But then he's like, Sheldon is a comic that I can just do whatever I want. Anytime I have any idea, it'll fit into Sheldon. Like it just, like it's malleable enough to where any concept that he has can just fit in. And so that's what Ye Olde Modernity is about.
Yeah.
It's just kind of like whatever I want it to be.
I love it. I did a t-shirt design a long time ago called, what was it? Ye Olde Vintage Pretension, I think.
That's great. I think,
and it was like,
the titles of your t-shirts are genius.
Yeah, it had like a, I think the subline was using a vast knowledge of music to humiliate the common man. And then it had like this guy in a top hat with like a long stem cigar kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Not cigar, like a cigarette holder.
Right.
Who
Yeah.
was like just standing like, dominatingly over like a very small child. It was so stupid, but it was funny. But anyhow, that kind of reminds me a bit of that.
I think the way that you did T-shirts is probably the way I'm going to do this comic. Just kind
Here,
of
let
like
me
any
go
idea
wide.
that I want to mock.
What's up?
I was saying, I think the way you did T-shirts is probably the way I'm going to do this comic. Like any idea that I want to mock is going to go in there.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's kind of good because, again, I don't know, it'll be interesting. I would definitely make sure. I don't know. I think just have fun with it and keep the honesty and clarity through it.
Yeah.
I expect to see one or two that I totally disagree with.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what that would be.
I don't know. You know what's funny is I think you and I agree a lot, and I'm not sure if that's because the parties themselves have just lost their minds, or
Right? Yeah.
like if the parties kind of returned to like more of a, I don't know, like more of a logical standpoint, like maybe you and I would like tear it up with disagreement, but I don't know. I find that we tend to agree on quite a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, even when we had like a heated NFT conversation, like the more I thought about it, the more I was just like, yeah, those are stupid. Like,
well, you were playing devil's advocate in that anyway, because you and I were agreeing before we went on the air.
Yeah, and I really didn't actually know anything about them at all before that. So it was like, that's kind of my way of finding out about an idea, is to test it a little bit.
Right.
But yeah, I've never, I don't know if we've had like a major disagreement before on anything.
Hand lettering.
Have we disagreed on that?
I love how your comics look. I think hand lettering everything is probably an unnecessary addition of time.
Yeah, it looks good though.
It does. And I don't disagree with that it looks good, but for me it's like one of those things where lots of things look good. You know, if I did an oil painting for every panel, it would look good too, but
you should. I'm that weirdo who's like, I
think what it is you and I probably disagree where it comes to like the length of projects that we're willing to commit to.
But what's funny is like you'll end up, I don't know. I feel like you usually end up spending a significant amount of time on these giant projects. It's just in like a bunch of little chunks.
A significant amount of time for me is like 6 months. A significant amount of time for you is like 5 years. So there's a difference. And I don't think,
hopefully this one's only 1 year. So
yeah, that would be awesome.
That's where I'm hoping. The only problem is when I have pages that are like, there's a giant crowd scene, or the one before this where it's like, we see like in Victorian England, like Genoa, Italy's port. And I'm like, oh crap.
Right. Good. I get to draw 500 boats.
And then it's like the part of me that like has done art long enough to where I'm like, okay, there's ways I could show this that cheat it.
Yeah.
And they're not going to have that like moment, like when you're reading it of like, whoa, like,
right.
And it's like, you want that moment on a scene like that. Like you want that like, whoa kind of moment.
Yeah.
And that's the annoying thing about being at this long enough when you're like, okay, that's a bullet I actually have to bite to make this book.
That's another thing I'm doing with Ye Olde Modernity is I'm breaking some of my rules.
I like it.
I'm reusing pencils in almost every panel.
I noticed, and I actually thought you did it very effectively. And I think it really depends. Like if you were doing that on like a full out graphic novel, depending on the style of it,
right,
I might be critical. But I think for that format and the way that you're utilizing it, it's brilliant. I don't see an issue with it. Like I love the way you pretty much reuse that well. Like,
oh yeah,
and like, why wouldn't you? Like it the way you set it up, it just worked perfectly. So
yeah, that was definitely one of the ones. I mean, it was like I drew it. I'm drawing everything really large, so that I have the option of shrinking it down and then, just reusing it and just thickening the containment lines.
I love it.
It's not.
We're getting there, Corey. We're getting there.
It'll happen.
I don't know. We could have gone into being farmers.
Have you farmed though? It's pretty miserable.
I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm just trying to pretend that our job is really hard and difficult, Corey.
Right.
We could have gone into never mind. It all sucks. All work sucks. That's kind of what it comes down to.
Right.
But this is the most rewarding of work that I can think of for what I do, other than like if I were like helping people in some way.
Which I think you've got books that do that for sure.
I try. I don't know. But I'm not I could imagine
I'm not gonna let you deflect that, because I know for a fact that people have reached out to you and told you that your books have helped them.
Yes, that's true. But it's not like, okay, like if you're like a doctor and you literally save people's lives, like there's that, I'm sure that's a little bit more rewarding. Although I'm sure the weight is a lot heavier on that job because it goes the reverse as well, right? I don't know.
I mean, yeah, I think that's probably true for some rare things, but most of the time you're writing prescriptions for antibiotics and swabbing kids' noses. You know what I mean? Like
that's true.
It's not all I don't know. I look at a lot of general practitioners and I'm like, you're probably making the money, but was this worth 10 years of school?
Oh man, the student loans too. That's gotta suck.
At least they're in a position where they can pay those off.
Yeah, that's true. They're not like an MFA student in art.
Yeah, right.
I don't know anybody who's in that position at all. Who'd be like riddled with college debt from a master's degree.
Yeah, I didn't get an MFA, but I got a master's. But we were also like choosing to live impoverished, and so we were like living in a cramped like apartment, and drove like a $50 car, and so we were able to pay it off.
No, that's awesome.
Yeah,
I've had financial people look at my student loans.
Yeah,
and pretty much every one of them was like, "You don't want to pay this off." And I'm like, "What?" And they're like, "No, just write it out."
Yeah.
And I guess that it's to an extent with my student loans where if I paid it off, I'd pay more money than just writing it out till death.
Because you're going to die before you pay it off if you pay the minimum.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Now I'm super curious. I got to ask you off air what those numbers are, because that's one of my biggest problems with higher education. Is I just feel like it's unethically expensive.
Yeah, and there's a lot of and the funny thing is, a lot of people would hear that and think like I was a guy who didn't work when I was going to school, and it's like, actually I worked full time too. So
yeah, right.
There's like
because there's students where it's like I'm doing everything I can to mitigate the debt, and then there's students that are like buying pizza every night with their FAFSA loan.
Yeah, exactly. I was more like the other student, but it's just, we're in a country where that's like, if you pursue education, especially like for the sake of like getting wiser and getting more humanities knowledge rather than like some kind of money chasing thing, it's like, it's very much, we're in a society that's not structured for that.
Yeah.
Which is sad because like education shouldn't be, I don't think, just about jobs.
No.
I think that's like the most crass way to look at it. And I know that like kids want jobs and that's why they're going to school and stuff like that. But I think there needs to be more to it than just like I don't think a college that offers humanities should solely be focused on like your net worth outside of school. Like,
right. Well, I mean,
but I also think if they ignore your net worth, that's kind of shitty too. So
yes, I think my main issue with that is the sacred and profane nature of what you're doing. And I think anytime you take something sacred like knowledge and you make it transactional through a commerce system, it like cheapens it significantly.
You know what? That's a perfect way of verbalizing it, Corey. There are times sometimes where I'm trying to articulate an idea and I'm like, I wish Corey was here. Because you have a good way of like boiling things down to a very much more well-worded way.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I listened to there's this scholar that I like, and he was talking about how people in churches will often say things like, you know, the stuff that you're learning is going to really help you in the marketplace because, you know, of the scarcity of honesty and the scarcity of whatever. And he's like, what you have to understand is that like that's literally what they're talking about when it's casting your pearls before swine is like he's like integrity has zero value in heaven because it is the most ubiquitous thing up there. There's no you know, like no unclean thing can dwell in the presence of God. So like you have integrity in heaven is not a marketable skill set because everyone has it. Kind of an interesting way of looking at it.
That is interesting.
That got me thinking about years ago when I first heard that. That got me thinking about, oh yeah, that's kind of interesting. Because they tell that to like, I was in Boy Scouts growing up, and they tell that to you where it's like, oh, you know, being trustworthy is da 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 da, and it's like, yeah, that only works because the world sucks and it's fallen. You know, that only works in a state of brokenness. Where
that's actually a fair point. Yeah.
So, and I think knowledge is the same thing. Like the only reason knowledge is marketable is because it's scarce.
Oh yeah. Well, and the not just knowledge itself, but the seeking of it. You know.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's interesting.
Do you ever design a character and then really kick yourself, realizing that you have to draw a billion jewels and gems every time she's on the screen? I'm having that right now.
Yeah, I mean, I had that with this comic where it was actually Elizabeth. It's weird because it's like I didn't really design it. It was just her.
That pattern in the bedspread?
Yeah, the patterns in her room, like as when she was Elizabeth Barrett, were like just like the 25th time I had to draw that, I was just like, oh, like, you know, and the main thing was the bookshelf where I'm like, every book, oh, come on, like, because like that, you know, the third or fourth time you're flat coloring a bookshelf and every book has to be singled out, it's just like, oh,
yeah.
And again, you're doing that because the knowledge of like just how far that goes to have like the differentiation instead of just one flat color for the whole rack.
Right.
And not saying you can't do the one flat color, but it's like if you do that, you can miss out on some of the fun.
Yeah, that's definitely a sacrificial choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to come up with the balance because I mean, obviously my I don't know, my style lends itself to a more detailed look, but I'm dealing in kind of like chibi, you know, overly simplified characters.
I kind of love that though. And I feel like if you retain kind of what you did on that first one, I love that it looks like an ancient comic. Oh, and by the way, Adam Lord just said he said, I have to go to the pharmacy and go to the store. Have a good one, you guys. And he said, I'll stop by if it's still going later. Awesome, Adam. Thanks for stopping by. And then Keith Harper said, I have an MFA and the debt to prove it. Well, Keith, you're not alone.
John Coyote is saying that farming isn't that bad. It's just kind of, or it's very fun, just kind of hard work. And I could see that. I've actually worked on a farm for a bit.
Nice.
I just don't like physical labor.
I think that I have done physical labor before, right? And it's like, I think that the thing that I liked about it when I did do it, and I think I'd probably like it a lot less at the age I'm at now, where it's like my body does not recover from stuff as quickly, you know? Whereas like when I was younger, it's like you could kind of like work a long day and it's like you're not dead for the rest of the day.
Yeah, like you have to take you might a really hard day, you might have to take a nap and then you're totally refreshed and fine in the morning.
Yeah. And like that doesn't happen as often. So I can see where like work like that, if you didn't eventually kind of move your way up to a different thing where you're like overseeing or mentoring or something, I could see where that would be very wearing. But I will say, like, there is a reward to it. Like, there's something about physical labor where it feels right. Like, it, especially the process of it feels great. Nowadays, if I ever have to do physical labor, I actually tend to enjoy the process. It's just the aftermath where I'm like, oh man, you know, like I had to actually consciously stop doing the weeding in the backyard. Because I think that's partially why I had to get like a cortisone shot in my left hand. Yeah. You know.
Did you end up just hiring somebody?
Yeah, I just pay someone to do it.
Also, I mean, that's one of those things where I'm sure you feel similar. I always feel really bad about doing that.
I 100%. I feel bad about paying for anything that I can do myself. It's just the way I grew up, you know.
But it's me too. I'm the same. I mean, my dad used to brag that his dad in his 80s was the only one on his street that still mowed his own lawn. You know,
I hate mowing lawns though. Lawns and then themselves though, I kind of don't mind having somebody else do it.
Yeah,
with lawns, because I get such bad allergies.
You have more valuable things to be doing with your time.
Yeah,
and so you're actually, when you take into account like opportunity cost, making, I think, a wrong decision when you are weeding and not like making comics.
Oh no, I totally agree. I think that sometimes people don't weigh that out, where they're like investing a bunch of time into something thinking that it's helpful or that it's the financially wise choice.
Right.
When like if they just didn't spend that time and then they allocated that time to a different task, they could make like 5 times as much.
Right. Whereas if you're going to go,
funny having that kind of conversation after talking about the value of humanities and stuff. Now I'm like, okay, guys, budget your time to make the most money. You know,
well, and it's not even just money though. Like,
yeah,
you know, you even, let's say your books didn't make any money at all, you would still make those books.
Yeah.
And it's because there's intrinsic value beyond their financial worth.
Oh yeah.
And that, I think, you know, supersedes whether or not you have a really nice looking lawn.
Yeah, I agree. At least in my life, like that's way on a way different part of the order of priorities for me, you know?
Yeah.
For me, I'm going to put, that on a higher level.
I'll make a blanket statement on your channel today. I think people who are really proud of a really nice, well manicured lawn, I think they're really judgmental people.
I can see that.
Yeah, most of the people that I've met that are like that are actually just comparing themselves to their neighbors and feeling proud of themselves for beating them.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, like, I do see a lot of that because I live in a suburb, you know, and like that's been a weird experience for that, just because my wife and I are artists, and so it's like a little strange to like look across the street, see one person get like a camper, and then the next day like the other person gets a camper, and you're like, wait, are they just?
Did they?
They're just like one-upping each other. Like it's a weird little like.
Right.
I don't know. It feels like a measuring contest of some sort, you know, and it's like, I don't really understand. Like it's a battle I'm not in, you know, whereas like, I can definitely get it if it's like, you know, somebody dropping a graphic novel on the table and being like, boom. And you're like, okay, now I gotta like, you know, that I understand, but I don't know about like, anyhow.
I lived in a neighborhood, and the guy across the street, super nice guy, but he was really into his lawn. And Malia actually recently accidentally shipped something to our old address, and so he picked it up for us. So we swung by and I saw him, and it reminded me of, I forgot how, like when we drove up, he was actually like working on his lawn. Like it was like such a stereotypical way to drive up on him. But then he started telling us like all the gossip of the neighborhood, and I was like, oh, I forgot how much I don't care about this.
Yeah.
And I never have.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like the one thing about California and Southern California is like I don't really know my neighbors super well.
Right.
Like you know, and that might be my fault, but it's just like a byproduct of having lived in Long Beach where you don't want to know your neighbors. Like at least in our neighborhood, like there were like 2 neighbors that we knew, and then you just kind of stick to yourself. Like that's kind of how it works in the city, you know?
Yeah. And I live in a very small town. Well, I guess not very small anymore, but yeah, it's definitely a small town mentality for sure.
Well, and I think like where I live now, it probably wouldn't hurt to like get to know the neighbors a little better, you know, but it's just like from all the apartment living that we did, I'm like just so eager to have this moment of like, I just say hi to my neighbors and then I never talk to them. Like it's the most beautiful thing. And that's not a very like Christian approach to things, you know, but it's like, it is something that like, I don't know, I value about like where we live. It's like, it's so weird to live somewhere. It took us years to get used to just like it being quiet.
Yeah.
So Corey, I'm going to disappear for like 2 seconds. I will be right back. Do you want me to put on a trailer or do you want to just talk to the chat? It's up to you.
Yeah, go ahead and put on a trailer.
Okay. So this one will be Jacob's apartment. I'm going to stretch and then it's partially because if I don't break, my brain's going to break from having to like flat color all these little tiny people. It makes me realize like the guy who did those Where's Waldo books, he must be a lunatic. I mean, I love those books, but that illustrator made his whole career just doing this all day.
Right. What everybody complains about with crowd scenes, he's like, I do all crowd scenes.
He's like, you know what I hate doing? Portraits. All right. Here's actually, that would be hilarious. All of his complaints are like the things that most people are just like, oh man, I can't wait to draw this scene. He's like, oh, this is a nightmare. I want to go back to drawing crowds and architecture. Okay. Here we go. Speak clearly, it seems that only in dreams can these things we've seen and walk around breathing I don't know the part to play in this heart of mine. There's dissonant things, they split at the seams. Keith Harper said, "My neighbors are busy beavers, lots of landscaping and stuff every weekend." Yep. I mean, I guess it's like I appreciate people who like enjoy. Like, I have a neighbor who isn't like the neighbor who's like holding it over people, but he really enjoys working in his garden.
Yeah.
And that I can kind of understand because I think there's like an art to that.
Oh yeah, and if there's people get value out of messing around with plants and stuff. I don't have a problem with that.
I mean, it bores me, but
right.
But it's like, I mean, here's the thing. It bores me to think about me doing it, but I could probably, like, one of my favorite things about conversations with people is if somebody's really passionate about what they do, generally it's going to be a pretty rad conversation. Like, even that, where like if you ask somebody who's like super into like plants and stuff, like what they're into, the only one that I have trouble with an entry point, I still, you have to navigate this in like a workplace, is like sports stuff. I still have so much trouble with sports stuff.
Yep.
It's hard for me to see a window into it. I mean, I get it. There's like an art to it. I think even Gary and I were talking about like the comparison between, like people who are like bodybuilders and artists, like it's like there's a similar self-discipline required.
Yeah.
But it's like still just like pulling teeth for me, like trying to have those conversations.
Yeah, it's very boring.
Yeah. So how are you hanging in there, man?
I finished up my most recent round of meds, so now we're just waiting to see if symptoms come back.
That's somewhat positive, I think.
Yeah. If they don't, I just, you have that looming waiting feeling because there's never like an achievement of like, we're done. It's just like, it's been a while and I haven't coughed, so I guess we're done.
Yeah.
So
I don't know what's worse I mean, I do know what's worse, but sometimes it feels like it's hard to tell what's worse when you like the waiting period of like not knowing, or at least knowing so that you're able to kind of like deal with whatever the hell it is you need to deal with,
Right.
I think that not knowing is one of the most irritating things about
it.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
So which do you mind sharing? My dogs are having a party back here.
Okay, I gotta organize these panels.
They're actually sharing their opinions on Marvel Comics.
They're weighing in.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so that was the dogs. Thanks for being guests on the show, you guys. That was cool. Keith said, I had walking pneumonia years ago. It was rough. Felt weak for about 6 months. Hang in there, Corey.
Yeah. I have the other type of pneumonia, but yeah, it's no fun. I think anytime you don't have lung capacity, it's just, I'm shocked at like how it affects everything, like thinking and walking up the stairs and like strength. Like it's just like,
Yeah.
Getting oxygenated blood everywhere in your body affects every system of your body.
Yeah, and I'd imagine like there's probably a lot of just like complete exhaustion, like which is never fun, especially when you're Corey Kerr and you're often working to exhaustion anyway.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm kind of dumb that way.
But I think the way you're designing this is really cool. I think that I don't know, there's something just really profoundly interesting about the approach on this comic, Corey. I'm really digging it.
Oh, thanks.
Has anyone given reception on it yet, or any feedback?
I mean, because because I'm releasing it on social media, and social media has like basically turned off organic reach and growth. I got a few people commenting with very nice comments and things, but I wouldn't say that it like, took off or anything.
It's like I didn't really understand fully what you were talking about with social media. I mean, I did, but I was like, I don't know if it's changed that much. And then I noticed that Facebook had changed their entire platform where it was just ads.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the hell is going on? And it was like literally like the day after we talked. And I was like, wow, okay, that's what Corey's talking about. This is insane.
It's very recent. Like I have
because it was like the entire platform just totally changed, and I hadn't really been paying attention. I'd just like post a link or something.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, that must be what Corey's talking about, because like that and Instagram just like it's like overnight just had like shifted. It was weird,
Instagram's like a really jealous ex-girlfriend with no personality, or ex-boyfriend who is constantly trying to mimic what everybody likes at the time because people have left them.
Oh, Keith Harper said he signed up for your newsletter.
Oh, thanks, man. Go back and look at the one. You won't get it in your email because I already sent it out, but go back and look at the other one and tell me what you think. That's cool. Thank you for signing up. I'm hoping to have that be a thing that people are into, and you'll get it, since you get to control whether you get it or not, rather than Zuckerberg or Google or whoever else deciding whether you get it.
Also, John Coyote seemed to I think my dog started a chain of dog barks that has continued into Canada, which is kind of awesome if you think about it.
Yeah, it's funny.
You wonder what they were talking about. You wonder if my dogs were kind of like, what's going on up there?
Somewhere, someone has stolen some puppies.
Yeah, that's true. They're doing like the dog bark thing.
I still haven't seen the new one, the Cruella one, which I normally wouldn't be that interested in, but Malia said it was really good.
Oh, the live action?
Yeah, and I like. Is that Emma Stone, or is that that's not Emma Stone?
I think so. I think it's it's the girl from Harry Potter. Is that Emma Stone? I don't know.
Girl from Harry Potter.
Yeah, wasn't she it's Hermione, the girl who played Hermione,
no,
plays Cruella? Cruella DeVille?
No, I don't think that's her.
It's not?
That's, why am I blanking on your name? Hold on, we'll look it up.
If it's not her, then
yeah, it is Emma Stone.
Is that's Hermione?
No, Hermione is.
My brain.
Come on. Come on, internet. Just tell me the name of the actress. Fine, I will type the word actress. Emma Watson.
Emma Watson. Okay, why did I think? I don't know. Maybe they look similar or something.
They both have the name Emma.
Ah, that's probably it.
Yeah.
So
yeah, Keith is right. Insta's trying to compete with TikTok. Every feature that Instagram has since Facebook bought Instagram is, I think, an antitrust, anti-competitive, monopolistic practice. Because what they're doing, and that is what this comic is that I'm working on, actually. I just realized. So if I probably won't finish it today because what time is it? Because I've got to finish my animated short. Yeah, I've got about 10 more minutes on this. So. Oh, you want to see
what animation?
Did I show you the footage of my phone falling off my car?
Yes, you did. That was amazing. Although you could share it on stream if you want. It's kind of amazing.
Yeah. Oh, shoot. I thought I had it preloaded. Maybe. Hold on just a second. Give me a minute. I'll load it up.
This is kind of epic, you guys. Let's just say Corey's phone's life is like one step after Corey. It's like trying to mimic Corey's life.
It was pretty amazing that that it survived at all.
I can't believe it survived, and you got the footage, and it is really trippy toward the end. I will say that.
Yeah, I'll piece it together in a. Gosh, dang it. I'll piece it together in a YouTube video soon. That'll be. So I'll just tease it here. So I was driving, and I was getting the shot for the short film that I'm finishing up. Shades, coming soon, and
Because the future's so bright, he's got to wear them.
exactly. That's the whole premise. Sorry, I'm trying to place the word balloons.
Okay.
I had them before, and now I can't remember where I put them. But anyway,
I just thought maybe you were just having to draw like the 50th person in a crowd scene.
no, not that bad.
Because when you were going, I was thinking it. So
I think that's fine. Okay. A little bit wider.
You're going to tell the story of the phone.
Yeah.
The tale of the phone.
So I mounted it to the top of my car. So I opened my sunroof and I put it on a selfie stick. And I had a sandbag and everything, but it was definitely a very cheap rig that was not a good idea. So anyway, so long story short, I even had balloons already. What am I doing? I was going and I was doing this big time lapse shot. And so I was going to speed it up and everything. And I saw this yellow light and like, if I have to slow down for a red light, then it'll ruin the shot and I'll have to shoot it again, which I should have done. Instead, I gunned it to run through the yellow light. So now I'm going like 45 or 50 through this intersection. And on the other side, there was like a bump because there's a lot where I live. There's a lot of precipitation, so it's kind of snow and rain and stuff. And so there's tons of like the streets are designed to make sure that stuff drains away from things. So I hit this bump, and I hear my phone fall out of the thing, hit the car on the roof, and then hit the side of the car, and I was just like, "Oh crap!"
Oh no!
So I fell off the car at 45 miles an hour at least. So then I pulled over and I looked for it for like 30 minutes. And I couldn't find it. And you'll have to tune into my YouTube channel to hear the rest of the story. But know that it was recording and continued to record as it fell off the car. So it's good.
I love it. When Corey first told us this, I just felt relief that it was his phone and not Corey.
Yes, I'm glad that I didn't fall off the top of the car. Though I tried to hop the fence in finding the phone, and my buddy was like, "Dude, what are you doing?" Like I was gonna hop the fence. I was like, "No, don't hop the fence." So.
It's where you find out about those farmers, you know.
Right. Yeah, it wasn't a farmer's field.
Oh no!
You got to be careful. Like I remember growing up in Texas. We had neighbors that were farmers, and you learned very quickly you do not cross a farmer's property. Like, you do not mess with farmer's property.
That is very true.
That fence has a purpose.
Yeah, it's not decorative.
Now, that's not to say they were mean, because like once they knew who we were and stuff, they'd be like, "Oh yeah, come by, feed the horses like an apple or something," you know. Like, but
right,
like, oh my gosh. Yeah, I also I have some pretty vivid memories of probably the first time in my life I saw a shotgun.
Oh yeah, was it Salt Rocks or actual shotgun?
Probably just Salt Rocks.
Yeah,
I mean it wasn't fired. That's good. You know.
Yeah.
I think the second they saw I was like a 5-year-old, they're like, "Oh, okay."
Right.
But I also understand because it's like at least the culture at that time, man. Like Texas was just like guns everywhere, man. They had like I've told you about this. There's like bullet holes in like the O's of the stop signs. Like yeah. And you know, like I mean,
that's pretty common.
Yeah, like people would have gun racks in their cars all the time.
Right.
It's it was enough to where it left an impression
Yeah.
when I got older. But also, it's funny. I was asking my mom about some of this recently, just to be like, was I remembering this correctly? And she was talking because I was like also remembering people used to like drink and drive a lot, like
Oh.
a lot of people, And my mom was like, "Oh yeah, that's totally correct." She's like, I guess in our city, the mayor passed an ordinance or something. This is when we lived in Texas. That was like, you probably shouldn't drink and drive.
I like
And they were like,
phrase.
and like, I guess one of the politicians like did this whole speech where he's like, "Can you imagine being a day laborer? You work your butt off and you can't have a cold one on your drive home. It's not okay. What is this?" And I was like, "Oh my gosh, that's hilarious." So anyhow, Texas, 1980s.
Yeah,
It was the place to be.
Good stuff. I gotta figure out how these ravens work beyond this one pose that I'm manipulating.
Are you so you're making pretty good progress on your movie then, right?
Yeah, everything's shot and done, and now I'm just editing it together. Last night I did. I can show you that. So let's see, where's the drone drive? Oh, that's over here.
Oh, Jim Lujan said you are tuned into Kemble and the Kerr.
The Morning Zoo Show.
I forgot.
Okay.
If we add Kemble, Corey, that works really well with Kerr because it's like the REs in there. Ooh, okay, here we go.
So this is what I sacrificed my phone for.
Increase your screen so people can see this action film. How do we do that? Can I just here you go? Oh, there you go.
There we go.
You guys ready?
Steve, 0 lives left.
There it is. This is the shot where my phone fell off. It was right after this, actually. So anyway, yeah. So I have the drone. That's actually not a 3D model. That's I rigged it up so that I can just turn it. So I have all these different turns for it.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, so each one of these is a different clipped path that I did. And then the box is animated to match the box. It's kind of cheap looking, but that's kind of the point for this scene. So, yeah, that's good.
That's pretty impressive, man.
Yeah, it's fun.
That's pretty awesome. I'm digging it.
Fun stuff.
I think it's pretty amazing that you've gotten to a point where you are able to kind of do something like that. And it's
cool.
Yeah,
it's definitely cool. It's pretty fun.
Oh, I love that. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is going to be a good one too.
Oh, you hadn't read it yet?
Yeah, that's hilarious. So it's going to be a click subscribe kind of thing. Which, by the way, I'm just going to throw out there, you guys. This show is very important that we do every. If you haven't subscribed to my channel yet, subscribe.
Shoot.
Hit the bell, and you'll get notifications every time we're about to go live. But yeah, that is hilarious to kind of do a riff on that. I think. Pretty cool.
It'll be. There's a bit of a twist. I'm hoping not like M. Night Shyamalan twist, but there's a bit of a twist. I'm hoping that that's the thing that kind of helps these be funny, is that they go a certain direction and then you think, not that like the well is much of a twist. It was pretty obvious, but
There was a twist though, because it's like he's saying like, oh, it's great, everybody's free, everybody loves it, and then it's like, yeah, it's not actually that great. Like, yeah, it's not.
I was trying to go for like understated.
Yeah.
Because the two lines that I was debating between,
I also like the fire in the background too.
Yeah, did you see the Spartan that was just killing people?
Yeah.
But yeah, I want the two lines I was debating were, it's not a perfect system and it has its downsides.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's but a flesh wound kind of joke,
Right?
Like,
Yeah.
It works.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think it's good. But I like that there should be like a twist, because I think that is going to be like a core to humor.
Yeah.
Let's analyze humor, Corey. I think that's what funny people do all the time.
Yeah, I think my goal is to have to explain every joke.
Yes. Let's have, you know what? I feel like I should send a link to Jim Lujan so that he too can deconstruct jokes with us.
Mm-hmm.
I think that Jim is a fan of taking the old 1-2 joke and no, but I do think that'll be cool.
Yeah.
Although, Jim, if you want to hop on, let us know. Let's see here.
The problem I'm having now, Josh, is that I'm more excited about this comic than I am about my animated short, because
of course
it's so long.
It's new.
It's new and fun, so I'm like really. That's actually what I should be doing right now. But I wanted to finish at least one panel.
Did you check out the thing with Gary and me from Saturday?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I thought the funniest thing from that came out of that was like the abusive, like comics are like an abusive boyfriend.
Yeah.
I think there's truth to that. I think art can be like that. Or it can be kind of like, it like beats the crap out of you, and then it's like, but you got this cool little animated short out of it. And you're like, well, I guess so. It's like, no, it's like, it's really nice. Anyhow.
Yep, I agree.
So there's that.
Okay, here's a big complaint I'm having right now.
Complaint.
I have my Photoshop and my iPad totally dialed in. But the problem that I'm having is I've dialed them in differently. And so since I'm like working on this comic in both places, it's like I keep wishing that I had my brushes organized like the other one when I'm in the one I'm in. It's really annoying.
I have that happen actually between where I work and home, because I'll kind of have like a work setup and then a home setup.
Yeah.
And then every once in a while I'll be at work and I'll go to where I have my tools or something like that at home.
Yeah.
And they're not there. And I'm like, oh. And then similarly, same thing.
Yeah,
it's a hard life, guys. This is why what we do is just as hard as farming, It's like sometimes I just can't even find where like my shortcuts are on my computer in my air-conditioned home or office.
I quoted you the other day talking about this. I have a student who's having to go to the doctor because their back and their arms are kind of doing whatever, and I said, well, you're an athlete. And she's like, wait, what? It's like, yeah, I mean, you're training, you're using your body. I mean, this is like this whole thing is like, you gotta take care of your instrument.
Sorry, the dogs are, again.
Do they disagree?
I heard a doorbell.
Well, I just threw in the wrong layer, so that's fine. What I get for talking.
If Jim Lujan is still in need of a dog barking sound effect. They sound very dangerous, don't they?
Super threatening.
Terrifying. Terrifying dogs.
Right,
Okay, so what were you telling your student?
I was just telling her what you told me that one time, which was if you're doing this a lot, then you're an athlete. Like, and you need to treat your body just like an athlete would. Like, you need to take care of it, and
Yeah.
like, and there's too many times where we think, like, oh yeah, I just sit in this chair, but like, you're leaning over, you're using your arms quite a bit. There's a significant amount of wear and tear that comes with the amount of work that comes into the length of the hours that we're doing.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think it is not unusual to not only to be loved by anybody, but which I'm glad you went right there. But it's also it's pretty common to like we'll have a guest on Artcasters or something like that, and they're like, yeah, and then I threw out my arm, or oh, then I had to then my hand stopped working, and it's like, yep. Yeah. It's just kind of, I mean, it sucks, but it's like part of the gig,
Yeah.
But I think about it, and it's like most jobs of some kind have physical injuries attached.
Right.
And I think as far as that goes, I think we might have it a little better than most. I don't know.
Well, I don't think we're any different than somebody who's doing data entry, or I don't know. There's a lot of it's just kind of like office furniture related injuries.
I guess it's just we
work all day in that environment, and then instead of like a data entry person would come home and not do that, we come home and do more of it.
Yeah, that's the thing. We actually like the data entry we're doing, so we opt to do that on our time off as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I am really digging the way this is coming out. But it's like I think this is the tough part, and animation I think tenfold this too. It gets annoying sometimes working in slow motion.
Right.
Like, I know where this is going. It's going to take so long to get there.
Oh, that's what Gary said the other day, that I was like, that hits home a lot, where it was like, he's like, yeah, people sit down, they read this for 15 minutes, but you've been doing this story in slow motion. And it's normally when people say that, they're talking about like how sad they are that people aren't spending the same amount of, like, I wish people spent more time with my stuff. But
yeah,
what he was talking about is your experience with it is significantly different.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Like when we were both kind of getting at, like, there's just arcs in our story that, like, it feels really cathartic to get there when you're working on it, because you've been living with these characters for like 10 times as long as other people.
Right.
So like when you get to like a significant story point, it feels really good,
Yeah.
I think that'll probably happen with your even with the strips you're working on, where it's like the joke might actually even be funnier when because you're kind of living with it. So by the time you get to the punchline, it's going to be pretty hilarious,
Yeah, or I'll be so sick of it that, because I mean, that's the thing with this is it's so much more writing than it is,
Yeah.
I can draw it really pretty, but if it's stupid or poorly written, or the idea doesn't land, or
I think that's where your comparison to like the t-shirt thing is pretty dead on, where with humor strips like that, it's very much the same as like the t-shirt thing. If you were selling it on a premise that's like really marketable, like let's say it's like Unicorn Comics or something,
right?
There's already an audience that's like super into unicorns, so maybe you could afford to bomb a little bit. But it's like when your premise is going to be like based on the bit, then like you have to be funny, or it just won't land. It's kind of like with t-shirts, if you're selling a brand that people like, for instance, I will wear a shirt that just says Fender on it. It's just the Fender logo.
Right.
And that sells itself because of the brand it's attached to. But most, to make a shirt that people aren't buying just because it's associated with a brand or like what you're working on, where it's like to work on something that's funny. It's you got to be kind of on point with it. So that'll be your challenge,
Yeah.
The nice thing is, though, you can miss, every once in a while. That's okay too.
Yeah.
Ideally, you won't, but I mean, you kind of have to take a lot of swings.
I'm sure I will, especially with humor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I feel like
these balloons.
At least you have truth behind it. So it's like, your stuff's going to be funny when it's kind of rings true.
Yeah.
I think. And so I think as long as you kind of hedge by truth, then it can be like that funny where it's like, that's funny, but also I want to die.
I think I do.
Callbacks are a personal comedy favorite of mine, despite how bad they flop. Yeah, mine too. I like callbacks. I'm just not smart enough to do them half the time. I do try to incorporate them in Artcasters sometimes, but like I said, there's swings and misses. I'd say the majority of my attempts at callbacks are misses.
Oh man.
Wait, see, now I'm thinking of a bad joke related to that, where it's like my callbacks are definitely married. They're not missed, they're misses. But it's I'm here all day, guys, and I do take super chats. I'm just saying. I know that joke was very super chat worthy. Just thought I'd throw that out there, attached to that lovely, amazing joke.
Oh man, I am.
Have you ever thought it's possible to do unmarketing? Because I think I just proved that it might be.
I do think it's possible to do unmarketing.
Wouldn't it be funny though if you're like midstream and you just start noticing your subscriber count goes into the negatives?
Just like rolling like.
Wait, how do I have negative 2,000 followers?
Right. Oh, that would be funny. Okay, dang it. I'm doing it again.
Like a race ticker. What are you doing again?
Well, my character's on the left who is speaking second.
Next level.
Oh, that's tough.
I haven't showed a door or anything. Let's see. Can I flip them around and have that not be a problem? I think I can. That would solve all of my problems. So I think I will.
Those are the kind of things though that obviously we're familiar with, but people on their first tackles at comics.
Yeah.
It's things like that will hit you really crazy all the time, where it's designing a comic that reads is way more challenging than people realize, just layout.
Yeah, especially if you're having a conversation over multiple panels, and so people are taking turns talking. So you've got to plan. It's not just you get the one panel right. You've got to have everybody blocked out in the room in a way where the speaker on the left is always speaking first or highest or something.
Yeah. It's just craziness. Comics are crazy.
They are.
Welcome back, Corey, to comics. Keep going. The next one should be, I'd say, a 7,000 page graphic novel, autobiographical.
Of course.
About when you lived, and now I'm blanking out. In Glasgow. I was going to say Glastonbury, but I'm like, no, it wasn't the the place they have like the Shakespearean stuff. It's
The way you say Glasgow,
Glasgow.
cracks me up every time you say it.
Glasgow.
Yeah, you say it like the most Western American ever.
Well, welcome to Glasgow. Well, I don't know. I do tend to do that.
Well, but also, I mean, it's like
It's
I'm
like
sure
if
I
you're
say it
saying
that way
like
too.
kimono, but instead you're saying kimono.
Yeah,
You know, that kind
it's
of thing.
kind of like when
Yeah.
I was in ukulele marketing.
I think my wife wants to murder me after hearing that because I could hear her audibly go,
right.
"Oh," she chuckled. Okay. Yes.
But when I was in ukulele marketing, it was like you had to decide: are you going to sound really pretentious because you're not Hawaiian, and are you going to say ukulele, or are you going to say ukulele, which is wrong, but sounds like you're not trying to be pretentious, or you just say uke? So I always just said uke, but it was really funny because one of my dealers was Southern, and she's like, I cannot say ukulele correctly because I sound like just the most horrible person on the planet. Like there's something about a Southern accent trying to say that way. I always thought that was really funny.
Well, I like I really believe in diversity and like people including other cultures and stuff like that. But I have to say there is a certain like just disgust that rolls over me when I hear like a really white politician like going out of their way to try to pronounce something properly. And you can tell like very transparently they're trying to kind of appease an audience. There's something kind of like weirdly almost racist about that. Like, I don't know. Anyhow, but yeah, so I definitely I do have a fear where it's like I always do want to kind of respect other people's cultures and stuff like that, but I also never want to come across like I'm being one of those guys. And I could see what you're saying because it's like, you know, sometimes if you're making an effort, you can actually sound worse than if you just kind of were just honestly just saying what it is, you know? It's interesting. Keith Harper said, ukulele marketing, that is the coolest thing I have heard all weekend. That's true. I mean,
for about 6 years.
Corey was like moving ukes back in the day, moving
sold
ukes
rock and
across
roll.
state lines. He was going to like underground ukulele jam sessions and like seedy bars in New York.
Yeah, you're saying that as if it's a joke, but both of those things are very true.
It is true. That's why I'm like, that would actually, I don't know, that would actually be a great comic. You do it almost like a comic about like jazz during the Prohibition era. It would be pretty rad.
There's still a few things that happens to me there that I need to do a comic in. They don't fit into this now that I'm thinking about it, but one of them is the first time I sent somebody an email and they printed it out and walked their response to me. They printed out, wrote their response on it, and then walked it to my desk. I was like, I am in the Twilight Zone. What just happened?
That is pretty hilarious.
That needs to be a comic. And it would have to have a setup of like, you know, like, no, we're using the latest technology, you know, like at the beginning.
Yeah. We are hip. We are in tune with social medias.
We have all the social medias. Got all the big words.
So I'm digging this though. I think the strip is going to be interesting and cool. And I'm curious to see how long it runs and like, and I'm hoping people dig it because I do think it's really cool.
Well, I think it is going to be, I am not trying to make it in comics with it.
Yeah.
And so I think it is going to be pretty random on a release schedule, kind of like whenever I feel like I have an idea.
Yeah.
And time to execute that idea. And so that's going to hurt it, you know. But yeah. And I have found that I have kind of eclectic and not popular taste.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, and so it's like yeah, it's kind of like I'm really into this stuff, and I've read 6 books about this stuff this year. But when I go out and I start talking about it, I can see people's eyes glazing over.
I don't know though. I do think it's all very it's all stuff we should be interested in, and like, but I do relate to that because it's like the stuff I tend to be drawn to write. It's just like there are definitely times where I'm like, maybe it's just that there's not much of a market for this stuff,
Right.
Like I like that stuff, but like maybe
Yeah,
the market's just not that big for that niche thing that I love,
Yeah, it is very possible that.
Yeah, maybe I need to go back underground in New York in my ukulele club for this,
I need to save this color in a swatch or something so I don't have to do the dumb thing that I just did.
I am so sick of this crowd scene now. It's the crowd scene thing can be really fun, but then when you're on your like 30th person,
yeah,
and you're just doing these kind of abstract shapes.
See, what you should do, Josh, is you should get like a person brush, and then you'll be done in like 5 minutes.
That's true. I could just brush some people.
I think that some of those kits are so funny. It's like, why learn to draw at all? You can just buy a Photoshop brush that draws the tree leaves for you. Okay. But also, I get it.
Well, I get it. I mean, like for my day job, we use any trick in the book to get stuff done quick. So
yeah, I mean,
it's like I'm used to doing like very quick and dirty graphic design, which is kind of required professionally in some fields, but
right.
Because of that, I feel like a lot of what I do in comics is like more like a love letter to the medium because I don't need to do that thing that feels wrong, but you kind of have to.
Oh yeah. And that's like this comic, that's been huge for me that I'm like, okay, well, I'll just kind of cheat it. I'm gonna repeat panels. I'm gonna, do all kinds of stuff that I normally
still think you're doing it artfully though.
That's the goal. I'd like to still have a little bit of integrity.
And I think it's good to design it. And again, I think it depends on what you're doing, right? I think for the strip, the way you're designing it, it doesn't feel inauthentic for it,
Yeah, hopefully. That is not the button I wanted to push.
Keith said, signing off, guys. The children of the night are calling me. Ow! Oh, my goodness. Wait a minute. Keith, are you saying you're a werewolf? Oh, my goodness. You guys, I believe we've revealed a lycanthrope. And isn't that what it's called? A lycanthropy?
Yeah, lycanthropy.
I think one has revealed themselves on this very stream. Good day to you, Keith. Avoid silver bullets and priests.
Oh man. This is where it gets a little challenging for me is I'm trying to do the backgrounds like kind of loose and fast. But I want to go in and do all of the details.
I do like the way you restrained though that like on the first one where it's like a sketch. Like I do think that's really effective. That was something I really dug. And also it keeps the mark there, which is really fun.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out a way to really it was a value contrast issue because I was trying to figure out like how do I push this into the background and have it not take over the scene since it's not like the focus.
Yeah.
So I feel like it turned out okay.
Yeah, it also just reinforces that like vintage vibe to it too, because it almost looks like unerased pencils. Like
yeah, right.
Yeah, it just kind of reinforces that like aged texture-y vibe.
Well, that's good to hear that it's working.
Yeah, I'm a fan, man. I've been pretty impressed by it. And also, like I said, it doesn't hurt that like the one you started with is literally the like even when I was bringing it up on here, somebody in the chats almost brought up ANCAP arguments, and I'm like, I'm not trying to critique ANCAPs. I'm just tired of that conversation. I don't want to have it again. It's a boring conversation, and it's great to have that for me because I'm like, oh, I will just link people to that in the future. I'll just be like,
well, that is good to hear.
yeah. So hopefully others find that useful too, or they can just be like, what about this argument? And it's, you know.
Yeah. Well, what is that? What's that comic? I keep going back to it. Is it Wordmark or is it Word? It's the one with the walruses or the
Wonder Mark,
Wonder
right?
Mark, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's such a good comic.
Seriously,
and also that walrus one is hilarious.
Yeah. I don't even think it's walruses, but it's so good. It's like sea lions or something. I can't remember.
Yeah, it's is it sea lions? And then it's like you can't talk badly about the sea lions or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's like, oh no, you mentioned them. Here they are. That's so good.
Yeah, it's this one.
It's such a good. Yeah, Wonder Mark.
Yeah, because he's doing kind of the same thing. Like
David Maliki or
yeah, Malky. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, his stuff is so great.
It is. And I mean, that's the same sea lion in every shot.
That's the thing. Like I said, I don't think that's bad aesthetically if you're using it in the right way. I think there's some areas, some comics where that would feel like betraying.
Right.
And then there's somewhere that just feels totally in line, and it's kind of hard to distinguish the two, you know?
Yeah.
You just kind of know it when you know it. Like,
oh, he's got sea lion shirts. That's great.
What?
Yeah, that comic's been running forever. Is it still going?
Oh, I don't know. Let me check.
I used to read that one a lot, but like almost like a decade ago or something.
Yeah, he just put one out June 19th, 2022.
Nice.
You started in 2008?
Yep. Kind of a different era too, because that was like sort of when webcomics were like still a pretty huge thing. I think webcomics still are big, but I don't think they're quite the dominant cultural force they were for a little bit there.
Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely some differences.
I think most of them now are on social media platforms where it's like before you would have people going out of their way to like sort of use RSS feeds and specific people's sites, you know?
Yeah, well, that's definitely going to change. And I think like oh, I should have just done that. What is going on there? Sorry. What is the one? What is that one called? Where all of the comics are, and they're like kind of brought vertical scroll to the States.
Oh, like Webtoons or
Webtoons? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
there's also Tapas.
Yeah, I think there's a ton of those types of things. Ugh, come on.
Yeah, and I think just like that actually kind of makes sense, the consolidation. Like, even though it's less fun, because like you had way more variety in like the formats and stuff.
Yeah.
I do think it's like for convenience and for people, it kind of makes sense to have it aggregated in one location, because I do remember that era of webcomics, and it's like you would discover ones that were really great, but like it was really hard to find and keep track of comics that you loved, you know? Like,
yeah, well, I mean, it was prior to any real social media.
Yeah.
That was effective social media, I guess. I hate this brush. This is where I just need to jump onto my iPad and quit fighting it. It's a little bit better.
Did you do the first one on your iPad?
I did both. I did it on the iPad and on Photoshop.
Nice.
But I did a lot of the texturing on the iPad, which is right now what I'm doing on Photoshop, and I don't like it as much. I think I just found the right brushes. But the same brushes are not reacting in the same way. So I think Kyle Webster, come on, man, pick up the slack there.
All right, so we've got this part of the crowd scene going, and I think I need to get a cup of water in a few seconds because I'm feeling the throat thing.
I have recently done this, and it has been great. I found this for $20. At the at just a camping store.
Oh, no way. Okay.
It's one of these. It's got the bag and everything.
Uh-huh.
So I used to carry around a little man purse, and now I've got this tiny backpack. But it carries like a liter and a half of water.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I've been drinking way more water because of it.
It's actually not a bad idea. That's a little less intrusive than the giant jug that a lot of people will carry around,
It's significantly more portable.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
And I am that guy who, like, if I bring like a coffee mug to work, I leave it there. I just forget stuff every time I bring something. I'm like, it's 9 times out of 10 I will leave it and forget to bring it back.
What is that? This is the stuff I can't care about, but I'm going to. There's like these little things that will never show up, but they show up for me, and I'm like, they drive me nuts.
Yes. Much like a pirate with a steering wheel. All right, so I will be right back. Do you want me to put on something, or you want me to just?
Yeah, go ahead. I gotta actually probably wrap this and
cool.
Work on the other thing.
All right, so I'm gonna put on the trailer for 2 Stories. Here it is. All right. This will get done. It's looking good, though. It's just taking forever.
I know the feeling.
I do like working with like muted tones, though. That's nice. That's been a nice. Like, it's fairly saturated, but it's like still kind of playing with the muted tones.
Mm-hmm.
I like doing that.
That looks weird.
Oh, nice. Keith was saying him and Wolfman Jack. Nice. So I did get the reference there because I thought it was like Werewolves of London kind of thing going on there. My son had this interesting point where he was like obsessed with werewolves. He thought they were the coolest thing.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was like he loves wolves in general, but like it was like this werewolf period where he loved anything werewolves. Which is where I ended up learning the word lycanthropy. I was actually unfamiliar.
I'm trying to remember where I learned that word. I know I knew it before Harry Potter, and that's why, like, the character that's named Lupin, I was like, well, that's obviously that's obviously the werewolf. But I think his name is Lupin. I don't know. But somehow I knew it before
Professor Lupin, yeah. I think yeah.
All right. So, does this work in the next panel? Because if it doesn't, I'm going to be upset. Oh my gosh, why didn't I just flip the entire thing? Josh, I'm killing myself here.
Yeah, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
But it's supposed to be fast.
I know. All of this is.
All right.
I'm there with you, man. This page was supposed to be done last week. So
yep.
I'm feeling your pain. So our conversation about social media sent me on a rant the other day on my vlog, and I was basically talking about how we as consumers and creators can do better.
Yeah, absolutely.
The tough part is I'm not sure if we can.
I think we can.
I want to think we can.
Well, I think one of the things that I have to believe, and maybe this is just the way I'm programmed to fit into the system or whatever, but I have to believe that these problems that we're having are not inevitable, because inevitability argument is something that they specifically use to get us to just be placated.
Yes.
And so the only other option is that you have to think that there's other options, or there's ways to do it, or whatever.
Yeah, it's like it does no good to lose all faith in humanity, basically.
Right. Exactly.
Even though it's tempting, there's always hope.
Yeah.
Even in the darkest of times. But I have to say, in the past, like, I've talked to you about this, but it's like I think that there is a strange ability for, like, I was thinking about it. I forget what I was listening to recently, but it was like somebody was going on about a conspiracy, you know?
Yeah.
And I was watching this conversation between a conspiracy theorist and then somebody who was not a conspiracy theorist. And I saw how easily they just sold the person on it, because the person would ask, like, well, like, what's the evidence for that? It's like, oh, it's everywhere. Like, that's the response. Right. And then it goes, and or, it's big government. It's this. And then, like, it's just like, before any digging or, like, you know, your rational capacity when you hear something like that is going to be to dig deeper. But what they do, well, at least in this scenario, what they did was like gish gallop. And I was like, oh, okay, so it's just this like flood where you just can't catch a point, because by the time you do, it's just like overload until it's just accepted. And it's really weird.
Right.
But I think that's kind of how social media works too, where it's like you kind of have a moment of pause, but then you're just flooded. And next thing you know, like 2 hours later, you've been scrolling, you know, stupid TikTok videos, you know?
Right. Yeah, that's what blows me away is I have zero interest in watching people dance. I don't even like watching people dance well.
Yeah, no, neither do I.
It's like, why?
But I've seen people do it. Like I've seen people just scroll through those, just
No,
scroll,
I've
click,
done it, and
scroll,
I
click.
do it often, and I'm just like, how is this working? It's driving me nuts.
Yeah. But it's like that there's an algorithm that like knows you're gonna do it. It's weird.
Right.
But it
Well,
like
and it's
doesn't
like,
know because it's not like it has a brain. It just knows because
yeah,
other people have done it. It's
and
like this
I do think
self-fulfilling
there's,
monster.
yeah, I do think there's what we deem worthy to be on the same line. But I do think there's some intention.
Yeah.
That's one thing that Zuckerberg is really good at, is doubling down on unpopular things until they just work.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because like most of the changes that he's made to Facebook, people hated them, and they've become like staples. Like people revolted against the news feed.
Philip's joining us. How's it going, Philip? Yeah,
Hey.
that is weird with the news feed because I do remember when that. Yeah.
Yeah,
And then you just
hated
get
it.
kind of used to it.
Yeah, and then every other social media copied it.
Yep. Huh. It's just a weird thing where I'm wondering how much of it is so self-driven though. You know, where it's like I don't know, it's hard to know. Cuz I was thinking about this like before social media. This is like part of what was part of my rant too. Was like before social media there was like America's Funniest Home Videos was like one of the top ranking things on television, you know, and it's like it would literally just be like funny stuff the dog did or something.
Right.
And
or, dad getting hit in the crotch with a wiffle ball bat again.
yeah. But like that would be ranking higher than like Seinfeld or something. You know, like these shows that were like really crafted and hired entire teams and like it's like literally just a home video of a dad getting hit in the nuts with a wiffle ball bat would like outrank all of those things. And so it's like there is a part of me that it's kind of like the idiocracy thing where it's like, I don't know, like maybe that's just what
that's just what people want.
Yes. Which is depressing. And I don't want to go there because it's, I mean, that would be really tough, you know, if that's literally.
But I mean, I don't want to believe that that's the truth, but
yeah,
I kind of do because, I mean, why else would like Honey Boo Boo and Jerry Springer and all those people be, even the fact that I know who they are?
Yeah.
How do I know who those people are?
Yeah. I mean, like, could you imagine if like any artists or show got the attention that like the Johnny Depp trial got? It's like, I didn't even watch the thing and I've heard so much about it just from people I know.
I watched quite a bit of it.
I've heard it's kind of actually pretty fascinating, to be honest.
Yeah, and it's an interesting...
Because it's like watching just delusion.
Yeah, and it's an interesting kind of cultural thing because, you've got the Me Too movement, which I'm glad that happened. And there are definitely some horrible things that were going on that needed to be stopped. But then also, I am a little terrified by several things that are kind of like commonplace right now, like the idea that words are violence. That bothers me a lot.
Yeah.
And just blank accusation outside of courts without any due process, destroying people's lives kind of is terrifying. So there's some really interesting things going on in that trial that I was like, yeah, I'm kind of interested in what's going on here.
Yeah, I can understand that. But I still think it's strange that would be more popular than like I don't know. It's just like
I don't know, man.
think
Because
we
look
have
at
a
when we were in
veracity
high
for.
school.
Sorry, what?
Remember when we were in high school? The OJ trial.
Yeah,
that was before social media. That was before YouTube. That was before
I know.
live streaming. And like I remember watching the verdict in school. Like my teacher stopped class and turned the TV on so we could all watch the verdict.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. That's what I'm getting at. Is like I kind of think that we like drama. Like people like drama, and they like it's weird, but it's like if you did a bit about this in your thing, it would be like a medieval gallows kind of thing, because it's like there is like this weird sick obsession that our society and human beings have always had, where they want to watch an execution, like it's just weird. It's very strange.
I'm stealing that idea and writing it down right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that would be a bad one to riff on. That would be one where you'd have to find the funny in it somehow. And that's a tough one to find a funny in, but you could get there. But yeah, like that to me is like how do you combat that as an artist, where you're like trying to make something new and people literally like it's almost like the personification of the fight of making art, where it's easier to burn something than to build it. And how do you build something when people are obsessed with watching the burning? It's an interesting juxtaposition, and I don't want to act like I'm above it, because there's definitely times where I'm like, yeah, I want to watch that car crash, like it's for sure. I mean, it's in our blood, I think, as people. Like we like watching that stuff. There's a little bit of that like is part of why storytelling's compelling. It's why we like the hero's journey. We want to watch the whole arc. It's interesting. I don't know what the answer is to it, but it's a fascinating thing.
Yeah, it's I think I have the joke for that. I've got the structure of it.
I like it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you were making an analogy to us as artists, it'd be like this painter is like, hey, look at my painting. People are like, wow. And then it's like, there's a guy hanging down the street. Oh, hang on. I got to go do this.
That's another good one too. You just have him like describe, like, I've been working on this painting for 7.5 years.
Exactly. It's like the Sistine Chapel kind of scenario.
Right. You can totally
like, this is beautiful. It's like, you guys, we should totally contribute alms for this amazing paint. Wait, there's a guy burning down the street. Okay, see you guys.
Gotta go, man. Oh yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I have taken a little bit of your advice. I think this year I've been less like politically engaged.
It's a tough balance, because it feels significant, really important, but then it also is like draining my will to live.
Yeah, and I feel like for me it's also just like I'm kind of resigned to like trying to focus on the things I can change.
Right.
And then and so I'll pay attention to what I need to for like me to be a decent citizen.
Yeah.
But it's like outside of that, like what the hell can you do,
Yeah, what do I need to do to vote appropriately and be informed? Yeah.
Yeah, and then like the people close to me in my life, if they ask like opinions or like we get in a conversation, that's great. Maybe I can change some minds, but I think outside of that, I'm kind of, I don't know, maybe I'm in like a defeatist mode, but I'm I'm much happier. This is like a byproduct, I think, of being too busy too, where it's like I just have too many projects to like really even know what's going on half the time, which is kind of I've found that that's actually been somewhat healthier for me. So I don't know if I'll be able to maintain it though.
Yeah, I mean, I've told you this story a number of times, but I did that and I think it was well worth it.
Yeah.
Like I was blazing, all kinds of talk radio and books on economics by Thomas Sowell and all this stuff. And then I was just stressed out all the time because I'm
Yeah.
like introducing all of this stuff that I, by definition, can do nothing about.
Yeah.
And so all it was just like, I don't know. I think when you have stuff in your head that you can't act on,
Yeah.
but you recognize like the problem and you see like what's going on with everything, it's like, it's awful. I mean, it's just, it like eats away at you.
Yeah. And honestly, I think it was kind of making me kind of hate my neighbors a little bit too. So
Right.
I'm like, I don't know. I'm not saying like that my approach is the wise one. I'm just saying like it's been interesting. I shouldn't even act like it's been like voluntary either. It's been more just like I literally don't have time. So I just miss the news. So by the time something like major happens, I'm just like, oh well, okay. Like
Yeah, that was the thing that
it's
happened.
yeah. And I have to say it like it hasn't it's not like my life has ended or anything like that. It's like yeah, I'll pay attention when I vote and when I talk to people about stuff, but it's like I'm not seeking it out.
Right.
And I'm much happier for it. So I don't know. Maybe the trick is you just stay insanely busy and sleep deprived.
That
And
sounds healthy.
yeah, I think that's the healthy solution to
I
that.
think that tracks with.
Yeah.
That was one thing with the doctors. I went to the doctor the other day, and I'm like, "Hey, listen," because he made the comment of like, the challenging thing is you're not old. Like you really shouldn't be experiencing what you're experiencing because you're 42. And I said, okay, given that, like, what do I need to do to make sure that this isn't a thing that I'm doing, in my 50s or 60s, and it's worse. And he said exactly what I don't want to hear, which is
Sleep.
Sleep. He's like, get plenty of sleep so that your immune system can build up and fight this stuff. And I was like, crap, I don't want to sleep. It's the worst.
You're like, you are supposed to give me the solution to not have to do that, right? That's what medicine's supposed to do.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, come on, doc. That's not what you're here for.
Exactly.
But yeah, so it was sleep and exercise and everything else, and I was like, yeah, okay, I do have to do that.
Yeah. It is interesting though, like my friend Alan, that book that he wrote, the You Are Not Your Own, it's in its third printing, dude.
That's great.
Anyhow, but yeah, like he kind of makes an argument about that though. Like we are kind of in an inhuman world where it's like to sort of keep up, you kind of are forced into these scenarios where you can't sleep. And where you're encouraged not to sleep and like not to exercise and time is limited. And it's like a very inhuman setup we have here,
Right.
But it's like, how do you fight that current in a world where, that is the current? Like I don't know. It's an interesting thing.
It doesn't work.
I think the trick is you draw comics with giant crowd scenes in one panel. I think that is the solution right there.
Trick yourself into thinking that you're starting a project that won't take you that long and then spend weeks on it instead of hours.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. Like definitely whenever you start a piece of artwork, just start out saying this will be easy. That's or just say, this will probably take about an hour.
Yeah. My thing is I never said it would be easy, but I was planning on it being like, I like designed it in such a way that I thought it would be fast. And obviously that's not happening.
It'll be fast. I mean, I think fast is just, or either that or it'll be fasting.
It'll be something. That's it. That will definitely happen.
Yeah, that's usually what you want to hear about art too. Is like if you tell let's say you tell your wife, like, hey, I have this idea that's really great for like a comic strip. And they're like, that's something.
Yeah. Right.
So that's really
Well, that is
quite,
something. Oh, okay. Great.
Yeah.
I'm going to do the thing that I never want to do and just put hard returns inside of this.
Paul said, I think living with passion in life is the best you can do if you pay attention to the news or not. Sleep, I've found, is the key to happiness. Your days are shorter, but the quality of life is so much better. Cool.
Shut up, Paul.
I'm like, stop it, Paul. Rubbing in that you get to sleep. The heck, man.
No, I agree with him. But
I need to hear this year. I need to hear that like not sleeping is the big trick to a successful, happy life. That's what I need to hear because literally, I don't think I can this year.
I remember talking to someone, and this is when I was like, "Oh, I might be totally out of line here." I remember talking to this woman who was trying to like hack sleeping. It's like I can figure out a way, to make it so that I can do it this way and this. And I was like, oh, that sounds really unhealthy. Like she was doing the whole like, if I sleep 2 90-minute things, then I could get away with like 3 hours of sleep a day. I'm like, oh, that's anyway. It was kind of eye opening to me because I had been tempted by that type of thinking before, but not that blatant.
Yeah.
It's also like that dude that came on and was like, yeah, you just do Ritalin. And I was like, oh yeah, there's a certain amount of like body.
There's a line I won't. Yeah.
Things that I
that was Richard Fairgray though. That was an amazing interview. It
was amazing. And I respect.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far.
And his output. But I also think he is literally like sacrificing for his art at a level that I'm not willing to do.
Yeah, I'm there. I admired commitment. I loved his story about like explaining to people what comics are like and explaining like if that's not for you, then maybe comics aren't for you. I think that actually was really cool. But yeah, there are levels that I don't go like, and that's one of them. Like I'm not really comfortable rocking some drugs to stay awake.
Right.
I guess the most I'll do is coffee. That's about as far as I go. So
yeah, I mean, which is technically a drug. I mean, it depends on how you define things, but like,
what's crazy though? Even with this whole gallbladder thing, right? I had to go in and get a what's it called scan the thing they do with pregnant people. Ultrasound. And the ultrasound tech's like looking over everything and talking to me about like my dietary habits and stuff. And when I mentioned the coffee thing, she's like, well, do you drink it black? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, oh, you're good.
Yeah. Right.
Like almost every time. Like it's been really weird where it's like, I have not heard, I haven't seen like a negative impact yet from that.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I'm sure it'll come.
Well,
like the sword of Damocles, when it comes, it's gonna just.
But everything is a choice. I mean,
everything has a cost.
Yeah, there's nothing. We don't get out of this life alive. Like something's gonna take us.
Yeah.
And
well, that's that risk thing. I think it is kind of dangerous if we design our lives to where there's absolutely no risk to it.
Yeah.
Which is where I kind of admire Richard, even though I wouldn't make that choice or recommend it.
Right.
It's like, I kind of admire that he's that just, okay, this is my thing. It's like, okay, well, good for you for at least knowing. Like, right. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sorry, I kind of cut you off there, Corey.
Oh, I can't remember what I was saying. I'm sure it wasn't that important.
Let's see here.
Let's see here.
Is that like a Maid Marian type?
Just kind of, she just kind of represents, royalty or power, I think. So
I like it.
Yeah, she's kind of that archetype. But
let's see here. We're getting there. It's just, why do these pages take so long? Why do crowd scenes take so long? Okay. It's looking good, though. It's getting there. Okay. Ugh. Oh, nice. I love it. So now this is about shadow banning.
not quite.
Slightly, right? Where it's like,
Oh yeah. I mean,
algorithms.
there's hints. There's definitely hints of that there. Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna hide the last couple panels specifically
Okay.
for you.
Yeah.
Just because I think you'll enjoy them.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, there's definitely some tones of shadow banning in there for sure.
Paul said, I need to drink more water, so I have concocted this Kool-Aid mix that includes very little sugar, but I am more apt to drink it. Choices. It's true.
Yeah, man. Anything you can do. That's like me and vegetables and stuff. I hate them. I hate everything about them, and so I just take handfuls of spinach and throw it in like a smoothie with like chocolate and peanut butter, and then I don't taste it. But I'm still getting the smoothie.
Yeah, smoothies are amazing. Like, that's a great way to do it, especially with spinach. Like, if you do just fruit with spinach, it's not bad. But
Yeah,
spinach on its own is just. Although then again, like, if you're doing like salmon and you got like cooked spinach on the side, it's not too bad.
and that's my main problem is I don't mind spinach or whatever, but like I don't cook. And when I say that I don't cook, most people assume there's like a base level of cooking that most people do. And it's like, oh yeah, he doesn't cook like I don't cook. And it's like, no, I don't cook at all. Like, it's like if it's more than 3 steps, and 2 of those steps can include opening the freezer and taking it out of the frozen package, then it's cooking, and I don't do it.
Yeah, I understand that. I actually kind of relate to that, like more than I'd like to admit.
Right.
I can kind of cook.
I'm sure I could figure it out, but it's like a lot of other things. It's like, why?
Yeah, can and do are sometimes very separated canyon, like islands or sides of a canyon. A canyon. Oh, snap. I'm here all day, guys. And I do take super chats. I'm just throwing that out there. I'm going to do that every time I make a bad joke. Mention the super chats. Okay. I'm going to disappear again because it is 3:55. I've been going for 4 hours. And I got to finish this crowd scene. Oh my gosh, this crowd scene. This crowd is either going to take me out or I'm taking it out. It's like a mob. It's a mob that I need to get a hold and control, this unruly mob of people. You guys see this mob? They're after you. Dun, 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 dun,
dude,
dun. Okay.
That is a crazy amount of people in that shot.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
And you've got 3-point vanishing perspective.
Yep.
That's an intense panel, man.
Yeah. This one's much easier right here.
I've just seen like bits and pieces of it. I want to look at it for a second.
Yeah, this one's much better down here. That's not going to be a pain at all. But this one's. Yeah. It was fun to draw. It's fun to draw a crowd scene. It's just flat coloring. That's like the worst. Yeah.
I wonder if you could just scribble.
Yep.
On shots like this, just underneath the layer, just like go in with like a like a big thick brush and just scribble in your colors?
I mean, I might here.
Yeah.
Like for the heads here, that might be just like a more solid mass of color and then just some dots for the
Yeah,
heads and stuff.
exactly. Yeah.
But here, not so much. So yeah, I'll be right back though.
All right.
I'll just leave it on.
Oh,
I feel
yeah,
like
you were deciding. Yeah.
yeah. Oh, yeah. So okay, I'll be back.
I will be here. So, Paul, how's life, man? Let's see here. Come up and over and up. See, when Josh leaves, I just start talking to myself. That's just like I narrate the most mundane things. And not in a way that even makes any sense.
So, to me, one of the things that makes me want to get in there and do this properly.
Yeah.
There is a part of me, and I'm curious if you have this, that wants to like drive other cartoonists nuts.
Oh, yeah. Yep. There's definitely that kind of competitive, like I want people to be like, holy crap, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
I mean, and I know I'm not gonna have like mad skills all the time to do that, but I do have willpower, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so I figure with the willpower I can like do some stuff in the comics that, even if like 3 people buy it, if one of them's an artist, they'll just be like, son of a
Like, what?
yeah.
What is happening right now?
Yeah. Not to like cop someone else, just like I enjoy that moment when I'm reading a comic and I look at something and I'm like, all the detail, like what, I don't know. It's a fun thing when you experience it. So I kind of want to do that for other people, Paul said, you're driving me nuts. Well, that's good. I don't know though, Paul. When I look at your work, man, it's pretty like effortless it looking, and not in a negative way. It looks just like mad skills. And I know there's a lot of effort behind it, but you do it so effectively that it looks like effortless, which is kind of amazing and makes me really jealous. In my head, everybody works like 50 times faster than I do.
Right. Yeah.
Do you have that, Corey, where you're like,
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone's way faster.
Everybody in my mind is infinitely faster than I am.
And what I'm learning is I think I'm not like, I am slower that like my wife is way faster at like drawing than I am,
You're pretty dang speedy though, dude.
But yeah, so I've heard that recently from my publisher where it's like both publishers, like Graphic Mundi and now this new one, they're just like, whoa, that was quick, and it's like,
right.
I'm kind of surprised by that because I'm like, oh my gosh, like I guess it's just a slog. Like this whole comic thing is a slog,
Yeah. Well, but also, there's fast in dedication and then fast in like speed.
Yeah.
And I mean, quite a few people are not willing to, like do what you do or do what I did last night where I stayed up till 4 a.m. and then, get up and do stuff. I kind of hate that.
But what do you hate? I see. We got to go back to the dual screen here. Wait, there we go.
There's something about this that isn't working. This is the problem: is these characters that I designed to be really fast.
Yeah,
they're so nuanced that I have to like be really careful with like the shapes and things that I'm doing.
Yeah, that is hard with like simplified characters. can be a beast sometimes.
Yeah.
Because like a line or two.
And why is that freaking gray? I gotta just jump back onto the iPad, I think. Or just figure out what's going on with the brushes. What's happening?
But yeah, I think Paul is a machine, man. In my head, I don't know if that's the case, but yeah, those comics are great. I should show them real quick. I'm still reading number 1 because I have no time right now, but I've really been enjoying them. Detective Perez. Both of these, you guys should order them. They're good books. And the interiors of them are like just a really good example of just solid cartooning, you know?
Piece of crap. I thought I had inked this incorrectly, and it turns out that the stupid studio light that I use so that people can see my face when I'm on these streams was reflecting onto the screen and washing it out. Everything's fine. Oh, that's dumb. All right. I think I'm getting hangry since I haven't eaten dinner.
Yeah. I might have to call it after this, after I finish this crowd. But you are not obligated to stick with me until that point.
Yeah, I'm going to take off soon. I just want to figure out. I don't think I'm going to do a speech bubble for this. I'm going to do the classic newspaper line towards the face. We're just going to do that action. Hate that. Maybe I'll just leave it there and it can float. Let's try a couple things here. It's got to go around.
Yes, Ben?
Do you know where Mom is?
I would assume in the room, in our room, I think. You know, now I'm wondering, this is that cost benefit analysis thing you got to do sometimes in art. Where I'm like, I think I might need to eat.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Because I was going to power through and use that as like a incentive, which I do quite often, where I'll be like, I need to get to this point. And now I'm realizing, nope, I think I need to eat. So this stream's been going for about 4 hours. I think what I'll do is take a break, eat, and then I will be back on later.
Cool. Well, thanks for doing this. I got 2 panels done when I was planning on 1.
Awesome.
So that's always
I
nice.
appreciate you hopping on, man. It's always fun. Always good to hear from you. And like, it's also a testament to like, as a friend, it's nice to, it's just nice to hear you and like know that you're doing a little bit better, because it's like, holy crap, you've been through the ringer. I know you're not done, but you know, it's just nice to know
not dead yet.
Yeah, you're alive. That's helpful. So that goes for you guys too out there in the chats. I'm glad you guys aren't dead. I think I should just say that from now on stream. Just be like,
yep,
welcome.
We're not dead yet, so we're still doing this.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys are alive, and I'm glad we're all kind of working on our own weird, crazy projects. And right now, I'm going to do my little trick. I don't know if you do this when you're flatting. I like to do this because it's easy to see what I haven't flatted yet.
You just put in a big
old magenta. Yeah. And you know what's sad is if this was just like a 2-color comic, I mean, I could literally just get in there and just be like, but it do like the people, you could just kind of quickly like be like do, you know, and like you're
Right.
done. Like it's like you just add your light source and you're just like, oh my gosh, this is gonna be so cool to have this nice like building, and then you just kind of do like a little bit of light and shadow and you're done, you know. But unfortunately this is not the case.
And that's exactly what I was doing.
Was it?
Well, I mean, that's one thing. That's one thing why you just mentioned how much easier a 2-color comic is. That's one reason why I did the 2-color comic. I was actually only going to do a 1-color comic, but I think 2 colors is easier than 1 color.
I kind of agree with you. I love working in 2-color actually. If it worked for this story, I would do it, but it's like there's a thing about the fact that this is Victorian England, like trying to kind of bring some punches of color to it,
right?
That I think are like really important. I still don't like that pink. I don't know if it's because I just don't tend to like pink. Like it's just, I'm like, I feel like it needs to be more of a salmon, you know?
Huh. In the lower right?
Top.
Oh.
I mean,
it's hard to see. You're kind of blurry.
Oh, sorry.
No,
there we go.
I don't think that's your fault.
Not like they're just not a fan yet.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Is that just what color her room is?
Yeah, I mean, it was like salmon, but I feel like I need to make it more salmon. But like, then it needs to be a little darker to have some contrast with like the skin tones, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it might be better to be that way. Or it might be good to eat lunch or eat dinner. Let's see. You know what? I'm going to eat dinner before I make a change on color, because it always helps. This is one of the reasons it's good sometimes to step away, because like I'll come back to it and probably see it instantly.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Corey, I'm going to go eat. You should probably eat as well.
I will. I will do that thing. It's a good idea.
And then, oh, wait a second. Oh my goodness. I have to read this wonderful comment from Thou YZHerKJY.
What?
On Twitch. Said, you're lucky today. Our team gives you a promo for 10 viewers for the whole day. And then we get a promo code. And then it says, come visit us. Get viewers pro. And we will get you to the top of Olympus on Twitter. Olympus.
Ooh.
Corey, have I told you my theory before we call it on, like, I want to do a comic convention where I write down spam bot sales pitches, and that's how I pitch my comic, where I'm like, buy this comic and we'll take you to the top of Olympus. You get this promo code for the day.
That is great.
Oh my goodness. Anyhow,
you should add in promises of penis enlargement.
Oh yeah. Well, there was one that was and I was just thinking, like, it was like a late night, and they see, now I kind of want to riff on this for like 2 seconds before I call it. So they had said something like, it is better than Grindr or something like that.
Better than
and
what?
I was like Grindr, or like some kind of app that's like a dating app.
Uh-huh.
And I was thinking how funny it would be if you like pitched an indie comic and you're just like, you guys, this is way better than Grindr. Like, I'm just saying, this comic. Anyhow. So yeah, that's.
Oh man.
I don't know if it was Grindr or I don't know. It was one of those sites that I am completely unfamiliar with, because I feel bad for anyone who has to date nowadays. I think that I think, Corey, for you and I, we might have been the last generation that actually like didn't have dating apps.
Oh my gosh, I can't even imagine. I mean, like, especially now. Like, if I had to
Yeah,
start dating now with my dad bod, and I mean, like, if you judge everything off of and my utilitarian shaved haircut,
yeah,
it's like, and you're judging everything based on a photo. It's just like, oh, geez, that is the least important part of the relationship. It's an important part of the relationship, but it's like
yeah.
so many more other important things.
But like you're pretty much ruling out like any of the deeper reasons that that would actually sustain a longer term relationship, and just kind
Right.
of putting the most trite
Yeah.
possible versions of like that out there. I don't know, it just seems like a nightmare. I don't envy
You need to read Jim's
kids
comment.
these days. Sorry, what?
You need to read Jim's comment.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Jim was saying, I heard penis enlargement and grinder, and my phone notification went off. What's up, fellas? See, it would sell comics. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
I think,
Definitely
oh,
would.
you know what? I don't know why I was saying grinder. It was Tinder. I think it's because they're the same thing.
That is one of the most underrated jokes, I think, in Ted Lasso. Have you seen Ted Lasso?
No, I haven't. Is it? You've spoken well of it.
I love jokes that are not stated overtly.
Yeah.
Like, for example, one of the biggest missed opportunities is in The Cable Guy, where they're at medieval times.
By the way, I love Cable Guy. That movie.
It's a great movie. And they come out, and I think it's like Janine Garofalo or something. She comes out and she's like, they're like, hey, can we get a fork? And they're like, they didn't have silverware in the medieval times, so we don't have silverware at medieval times. Can I refill your Coke? And like, they should have left it right there, because that's a perfect joke.
Yeah. But
instead, somebody was like, you don't have silverware, but you have Coke, and like had to feel like they needed to explain it. And it's like, so in Ted Lasso, this character is describing to this football team, the soccer team. She's like, yes, it's like this, but it's it's spelled like without the E. And one of the soccer players, they're all like macho, soccer players or whatever. Yeah. He goes, oh, like Grinder, and everyone looks at him, and she goes, yeah. And that's it. And they just leave it there. I'm like, good. That was perfect. Because they don't need to like come out and like make fun of them.
Just
but
let it be awkward, and that was it. Yeah. That's the best.
And it was really subtle too. Like, they didn't play it up hard or anything. Anyway, it was great.
Yeah. I've heard that show also has some heart to it, which I think like one of the things that I find tough with like comedy sometimes, like especially like sitcom-y stuff, is when it's just kind of making fun of a character, and you can tell it's like there's like the author didn't love the character at all.
Right.
Like I feel like when you're doing comedy that's like especially like riffing on personalities of people, and actually Jim's really good at this, where he'll take like the most ridiculous character, like, and it's built on somebody you must have seen somewhere, and it is kind of exaggerating like their personality and things that are kind of crazy, but there's like this empathy that he treats those characters with, where you can tell he's really thought about this character. He's gotten in their head. He's thought about like what their tics are, it's like, I think that's almost like the responsibility of the, of like somebody, if they're doing comedy, like in that realm, right, where it's like when you're doing comedy that's kind of like almost making fun of characters, you can't kind of feel like, I think if there's no thought involved in it, it can kind of almost like feel like just watching a bully, and you get that like instant like, I don't know, Yeah.
Whereas I was worried about that with this show, because the main character is like comically optimistic.
Yeah.
And I thought, they're just gonna make fun of optimistic people, but it's actually like I feel the same way about Ted. This is going to be the weirdest analogy I've made today. I feel the same way about Ted Lasso that I do about Punk Rock Jesus.
Okay.
In that I went in very worried that they were going to tear down something that I like, Christianity or optimism or belief systems or faith or whatever, right? Both. I'm mixing those themes. And was pleasantly surprised at how like nuanced and authentic all of the characters are.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I think that's a better way of articulating it. I think it's the nuance and the authenticity of it that kind of can make a difference.
Yeah.
You know, because that's like, it's so much better when the characters have more depth, you know? I don't know. Anyhow.
Yeah.
All right. I do have to call it, which kind of sucks because this stream is a lot of fun and Jim just joined. But I got to eat. So I will be back on probably live streaming in about like half an hour. So if you guys are watching this and you are around on the interwebs at that time. I love Frank's statement where he said, as a handsome Christian artist, I agree. It's Frank. Yes. And as a handsome artist, I have to say, I got to go eat. So I will be back on. If you guys haven't yet, hit subscribe, hit the bell so you get notified when I'm about to go back on. And we're going to finish. This crowd will not win the day. Like, I will not give in to a crowd of people in a panel trying to make me not finish it. I'm not going to give in to those
into the night.
Yeah, I'm fighting that crowd, and eventually we're going to win. So I will see you guys back.
You're going to get demonetized so hard for all of this crowd killing, fighting crowd talk that you got going on.
That's so true. That's so true. They'll be like, the algorithm doesn't know I'm drawing a crowd scene.
Right.
I love it. All right. Well, that'll do it. And I will see you guys on the next live stream. But thanks to everybody who did show up. I do appreciate you guys. The fact that you choose to hang out with me out of all the things you could do today is pretty rad. And I really appreciate it. And then, of course, check out Corey's stuff. Corey, where can they find your comic?
You're going to have to sign up for my email newsletter, I think. That's
Yes.
probably the best thing. So if you go to coreykerr.com/email, I'll be releasing things on there, and you can go and see the most recent newsletter where I did a big rant, which you can skip and just look at the comic if you don't like rants and like funny things instead. So
I love it.
That's probably the best way to do it.
And I'd encourage you guys to do it. And like I said, for me, I'm just excited to have another tool in the tool belt to spread instead of having to get into a long discussion with somebody. I can just link them Corey's comic, which is thought-provoking, I think. So thanks to everybody in the chats. And again, like, if you haven't yet, buy Jacob's Apartment, buy 2 stories, my 2 graphic novels. And yeah, that'll do it. Have a good night, guys.
See ya.